to everyone. I am Dr. Kausar Shodar, Secretary General of Bangladesh Society of Anesthesiologists. I welcome all of you around the world in our first International E-Conference on Pain 2020. Pain relief is a fundamental human right. This quotation is suggested by many international organizations. Pain relief is an integral part of every anesthesiologist. Nowadays, pain medicine is a very important subspecialty of anesthesiology around the world. It's a great online conference on pain in COVID pandemic time by Bangladesh Society of Anesthesiologists. This is obviously perfect use of time for gathering knowledge and helping the world move forward rather than stop everything. About 60 world-renowned recognized pain physicians are joining in this pain conference from North America, South America, European countries, African countries, Australia, and our native Asia. We are very much delighted for their gracious presence as faculty in this conference. In this occasion, we are very much delighted to have Honorable Minister, Health and Family Welfare, Mr. Jahid Malik MP. We are very happy to We are also delighted to have the President of Shadhinata Chikitsak Porishad, Professor M. Iqbal Arsalan sir. We are delighted for your presence, sir. We have today our Honorable Director General of DGHS, Professor ABM Khurshid Alam sir. We are delighted to have your gracious presence here. We are very delighted to have our three supreme leaders from World Federation of Society of Anesthesiologists, immediate past President Dr. Jannike Malin Olsen, President-elect Dr. Wayne Morris, and Chair of Asia-Australian Regional Section of WFSA, Professor Susilo Chandru. We have today a very special guest from the World Institute of Pain, Professor Chris C.P. Visers, the Chair, Board of Examination of most prestigious FIPP examination. Warm welcome to all of you. We are also delighted with the presence of our SAARC countries leaders from India, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, and Nepal. We have today our mentors, great senior teachers, our guardians for whom pain medicine is growing up in this soil. And last but not the least, all international and national faculties and all members of BSA, many, many thanks to join this pain conference. Our gratitude from Bangladesh Society of Anesthesiologists to all of you for joining us in this first International E-Conference on Pain 2020. This is the COVID pandemic time. Many doctors departed us in last 9 months' time. Our heartfelt condolence to the departed souls of all front fighters who left us fighting with the COVID. I would like to request all of you to keep silence for 1 minute to the memory and the eternal peace for their departed souls. Please mute your device and keep yourself silent for 1 minute. Thank you very much. Now I would like to request Dr. A.K.M. Faizul Haq, who is the Joint Secretary of Bangladesh Society of Anesthesiologists, for the recitation from the Holy Quran.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين صدق الله العظيم.
Thank you very much. Before going to traditional welcome address, I'm going to most attractive part of the inaugural session. Very special and inspirational message from our beloved Honorable President, the People's Republic of Bangladesh, MD Abdul Hamid, His Excellency. It's a great honor to be BSA and first International E-Conference on Pain 2020. I would like to request our beloved mentor and one of senior anesthesiologists of the country, already past 50 years in his service, Professor MD Khalilur Rahman sir, to read out the message from the Honorable President, the People's Republic of Bangladesh, His Excellency. Please, Khalilur Rahman sir.
Thank you, Kausar. It's a privilege to be able to read out the message from His Excellency, President of the People's Republic of Bangladesh. Message. I'm glad to know Bangladesh Society of Anesthesiologists is going to organize first International E-Conference on Pain 2020 on 14th to 16th November 2020. On this occasion, I extend my sincere greetings to the members of the society, organizers, and participants from home and abroad. Bangladesh has made significant progress in the health sector over the last 1 decade and has set an example for many countries around the world. Present government has taken various initiatives to reach modern health services to the doorstep of common people, with a view to achieve Sustainable Development Goal, SDG, by year 2030. I believe that members of Bangladesh Society of Anesthesiologists would play a significant role in attaining these targets. Currently, a large number of people are suffering from chronic pain and cancer-related pain. They need special attention with updated treatment modalities. Development of pain medicine is a subspecialty of anesthesiology, which is a time-demanding issue to serve the patients suffering from chronic pain. I hope participants of International Conference on Pain will be mutually benefited by exchanging knowledge and skills, developing new techniques and ideas to render their beloved services to the pain patient. I wish the conference a great success. Joy Bangla, Khuda Hafiz. May Bangladesh live forever. Signed, Mohammad Abdul Hamid, His Excellency, the President of the People's Republic of Bangladesh. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our beloved Honorable President, the People's Republic of Bangladesh, His Excellency, for your sincere greetings to all members of BSA, organizers and participants from home and abroad. Thanks a lot for your realizations for the updated treatment modalities for the pain patients in Bangladesh. And at the same time, your urge to development of pain medicine as a subspecialty of anesthesia. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for your encouraging and inspirational message to us. Be long life and wish you good health. Now, I would like to request Dr. Rokeya Sultana Apa for welcome address to this e-conference. She is Senior Anesthesiologist and the Secretary, Health and Population Welfare, Bangladesh Awami League.
Esteemed chairs of the session, respected participants from home and abroad, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. A very good afternoon to you all. Welcome you all to this first ever e-conference on pain 2020, organized by Bangladesh Society of Anesthesiology. I must thank Honorable President, the People's Republic of Bangladesh, MD Abdul Hamid, His Excellency, for his well-wishing message to first International E-Conference of Pain 2020. I am welcoming with great pleasure Honorable Chief Guest, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government Republic of Bangladesh, Mr. Jahid Malik, MP. I am also welcome respected Secretary, Medical Education and Family Welfare Division, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Mr. Ali Noor, respected Bangladesh Medical Association's President, Dr. Mustafa Jalal Mohiuddin, Vice Chancellor, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujib Medical University, Professor Konok Kanti Borua, Professor M. Iqbal Arsalan, President, Shadhanata Chikishak Parishad, and Director General of Health Service, Professor A.B.M. Khurshid Alam. This is my great pleasure to welcome the leaders of WFSA, WIP, and other pain society of the different countries. I feel honored and at the same time pleased to speak in front of my direct mentors, Professor Qazi Misbauddin Iqbal, Professor Khalilur Rahman, Professor Fakhrul Nisa. This conference is being held at the time of the deadly COVID-19 pandemic situation. Under the dynamic leadership of and the guidance of our Honorable Prime Minister, Sheikh Hasina, daughter of the father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, Bangladesh is doing great in dealing with COVID-19 pandemic. In this battle, we lost many front fighters and dear ones. On this very day, I am remembering all their sacrifices and showing my utmost homage to them. Anesthesiology is a specific of medical science that not only they facilitate the operative procedure, but also deals with the pain, critical care, palliative care, intensive care. So just like other countries in Bangladesh, pain medicine is in the emerging subject and becoming very popular day by day. This conference aims at encouraging the young doctors to be the pain specialist in this coming days. Best wishes to all of them. Last but not least, I wanna thank the print and electronic media. Once again, I am expressing my heartful gratitude to all the joining this successful 3 days long pain conference. সুস্থ থাকুন, ভালো থাকুন, স্বাস্থ্যবিধি মেনে চলুন। জয় বাংলা, জয় বঙ্গবন্ধু।
Thank you very much, Roke Appa, for your nice welcome address. Now, I would like to request our immediate past president of BSA and chair of scientific committee, Professor A.B.M. Maqsoodul Alam sir, for his speech. Please come on the dais.
As usual, we are blessed by the message from His Excellency, the President of Bangladesh. Today's chief guest, Mr. Jahid Malik MP, Honorable Minister, Minister of Health and Family Welfare, Secretaries of Ministry of Health and Welfare, Mr. Mohammad Ali Noor, Mustafa Jalal Muhyiddin, the custodian of our profession, Konak Kanti Borua, an academician and who is responsible of medical education of this country, and Professor Iqbal Arsalan, my ideological mentor. ABM Khurshid Alam, Director General of DGHS, the whole team as a whole, unlike other developed countries, they have successfully faced this challenge of COVID-19 and maintained them in an acceptable level. My friends from abroad, especially Januki, Wairi Morris, Chair of FIPP, Professor Keris, greetings from Bangladesh. COVID-19 has emerged as an unexpected health issue and carrying millions of lives. And they have really became the center of attraction of many sectors all over the globe. Politician, economist, health worker, social reformer are trying to tackle this unseen, cruel enemy where the health worker is in the front line. Among the health worker, anesthesiologists are the main fighter who are in the battlefield, risking their life and trying to save the lives of the people. In Bangladesh, and I'm sure in all over the world, now the authorities, the government, the policymaker realize and recognize the anesthesiologists are the real hero. They rescue people when there is a disaster. They heal the people when there is a crisis. They save the life when they are in ICUs. So I must respect the anesthesiologist people. While anesthesia playing a crucial role for a better and complicated surgery, better outcome, they are also the pioneer of palliative care, intensive care medicine, and main medicine all over the world. Pain physician, the anesthetist, try to minimize the pain, whatever may be the cause. It may be due to the inner disease or a iatrogenical produced by any intervention. Pain similar all over the world because the people have same flesh and the blood, irrespective of their complexion, lifestyle, and even the places where they live. We ought to extend the same human gesture to every individual to reduce this pain who are staying any corner of the world. And when this pain became really complex, it needs some special approaches where the skill is unequal into the countries and varies from even continent to continent. That's why you need a conference like this where we can share the knowledges, expertise, and skill. I hope this will be a wonderful e-mega gathering where we can learn knowledges, we can have better sharing of experiences, and that will help us to develop ourselves to deal the patient who are suffering from pain. And that will be a real achievement and helping the people when they are in disaster. Thank you all. I'm sure you will enjoy this evening and coming 4 days, and you will learn a lot. Thank you very much again.
Thank you very much, sir. Now this time for 1 minute greetings from SARC leaders of anesthesia to chief guest and other special guests. First of all, I am requesting Professor Naveen Malhotra. He is the Secretary of Indian Society of Anesthesiologists. Are you here, Naveen Malhotra? Can you unmute Naveen Malhotra? Naveen Malhotra, can you unmute? You are in joining mode. We can see like this from here. Can you unmute? Okay. 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 Not possible, I think. So I'm moving to the president of ISA, Dr. Muralidhar Joshi. Are you here?
Dr. Kausar, greetings from India.
Okay, thank you.
Greetings on behalf of Diwali, Festival of Lights in India. I know it's a big occasion for us and for also for you, and we congratulate you on this first conference of on pain from the Bangladesh anesthesiologist. I still recollect the amount of warmth we extended when we came last year for the physical ward meeting, what we had. But well, life has taken a full circle, and definitely we are with you all the time, whether it's virtual or hybrid or a real congress. We're all with you. I wish you all the best. Good luck and long live ISA. And we wish your event a great thing. All the best. Congratulations again, PSA. Hats off. Great going. Congratulations.
Okay, thank you very much, Muralidhar Joshi, President of ISA. Now I'm going to Dr. Navindra Raj Bista. He's the Secretary of SAN, that is Society of Anesthesiologists, Nepal. Navindra Bista, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here, sir.
Okay. Please carry on for 1 minute's greetings to the chief guest and special guests.
Namaste and warm greetings from Nepal. His Excellency Honorable President Mohammad Abdul Hamid, the People's Republic of Bangladesh, respected Honorable Chief Guest, Mr. Jahid Malik, all ministers, secretaries of Bangladesh, distinguished dignitaries of WFSA, WIP, Bangladesh Society of Anesthesiologists, all National Professional Anesthesia Society faculties, viewers within the country and abroad. On behalf of Society of Anesthesiologists of Nepal, SAN, myself, Navin Raj Bister, General Secretary, is delighted to be part of this today's first International E-Conference on Pain 2020. I would like to congratulate BSA for bringing all clinicians under same digital roof for next 3 days. I'm sure that it will be a very good virtual platform to share academic experiences and scientific work in the middle of COVID-19 pandemic, basically in the pain world. So my best wishes to all the organizers, faculties, and all viewers. I wish a grand success. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Navindra Bista. Now I'm moving to Professor Syed Nurul Haq, President, Pakistan Society of Anesthesiologists and President of the SARCA. Are you here, sir? Professor Syed Nurul Haq? Okay, I think he's not joined yet. Okay, so we are moving to our next. Dr. Malin Gunabardana, Secretary, College of Anesthesia Intensive, Sri Lanka. Are you here?
Yes, and good evening to all of you. Good evening to His Excellency and all the participants at this webinar. On behalf of the College of Anesthesiologists and Intensivists of Sri Lanka, I thank the Bangladeshi Society of Anesthesiologists for inviting us to participate in this webinar. And we wish you the very best for the next 3 days. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I am introducing our mentors, great senior teachers, guardians, and advisors of BSA, who are available now at here in the stage and also on the screen online. Professor Qazi Mesbauddin Iqbal, sir. Sir, you are here? Just make a hi, just. Okay. Thank you very much, sir. So here we have on the stage Professor MD Khalilur Rahman, sir. Sir, can you raise? And the camera can focus on Khalilur Rahman, sir. Okay. Next, Professor Fakrunnisa, madam. Madam is online. Yeah. Thank you very much for raising your hand. Thank you, madam. Professor Brigadier General Retired Rajia Khanum, madam. She is on stage. Yeah. Thank you very much. Dr. Rokeya Sultana Appa, she is here. Thank you, Appa. And Professor U.S. Shahara Khatun, madam. Are you here in the screen? Oh, no. Okay. Thank you very much. From the whole panel, I am going to Professor K.M. Iqbal, sir, for a short speech. Please, sir, unmute yourself and speak out, please. Professor K.M. Iqbal, sir.
Thank you, Professor Kausar. It's afternoon here in Bangladesh, so good afternoon to everybody. It's respected chair of the session. This is a great honor and privilege for me to get the opportunity to talk at the first International E-Conference on Pain 2020. And this is organized by Bangladesh Society of Anesthesiologists. Firstly, I must thank Honorable President, the People's Republic of Bangladesh, MD Abdul Hamid, His Excellency, for his encouraging message that we will treasure all the way. It is gratifying to have amongst us Honorable Chief Guest, Minister, Health and Family Welfare, Government of the People's Republic of Bangladesh, Mr. Jahid Malik, MP, and Honorable Secretary, Medical Education and Family Welfare Division, Mr. Ali Noor. It is also heartwarming to have BMA President Dr. Mustafa Jalal Mahiuddin, Vice Chancellor of BSMMU, Professor Kanak Kanti Barua, Professor M. Iqbal Arsalan, President Sachib, and Director General DGHS, Professor ABM Khurshid Alam. And lastly, my heartfelt gratefulness to all faculties and delegates from home and abroad. Pain medicine, the journey of which in our country had started more than 3 decades ago, although very irregularly. It was the hand of late Professor S.N. Samad Chaudhary, then president of BSA, that gave us its due impetus. But unfortunately, the growth of this subspecialty of anesthesia had been far from what was expected, and of course it had its own reasons. Inadequate education and training facilities, lack of proper equipments stand out as few of the important causes. It's time we worked together to correct those and improve the quality and quantity of our performance. We all would unequivocally agree that education and training too are inseparable and qualify as very fundamental issues for being skilled physicians of any discipline. It is not different for pain physicians either. Personally, I have a very strong fascination to quality service by the qualified person. When I was going through the whole scientific program of this webinar, my eyes caught on a very special session named as FIPP, Examination Detail, where chair of the board of examination of World Institute of Pain, WIP, is expected to be present, and I can see that he is. I think it is a nice initiative taken by BSA for the upcoming and inspiring pain physicians to improve themselves. Indeed, it's a great prospect for the Bangladeshi pain physicians to know and learn about how to become a qualified pain physician. Exploiting this opportunity, I would like to request all young would-be pain physicians to take the FIPP exams and help yourselves to be qualified and more competent. Thanks again for allowing me to speak. I wish a great success of this event, and thank you all.
Thank you very much, sir, for your very constructive and instructive speech to the all pain physicians of the country. Now I am introducing Honorable Overseas, very special guest, and call upon for their valuable speech. First of all, I'm going to Professor Susilo Chandra. He is the chair of Asian Australian Regional Section of WFSA. He is joining from Indonesia. Saidur, he has joined. I think some connection problem, so he has not joined yet. So we are moving to our next very special guest, Professor Chris C.P. Vissers. He's joining from the Netherlands. Currently, he's the chair of FIPP Board of Examination of WIP. Are you here, sir?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, sir, carry on with your speech. Thank you very much for joining us. We are very delighted for your joining.
Assalamu alaikum. Dear colleagues, dear friends, and all honorable guests and His Presidency. It's a tremendous honor and privilege to be invited and to join the first Intercontinental International E-Conference on Pain 2020, organized by you, the Bangladesh Society of Anesthesiologists, here at the Hotel Intercontinental with the Zoom platform during this pandemic situation. I'm so proud of all your leadership during this pandemic situation. And in name of the Executive Board of the World Institute of Pain, as a past president and as the current chair of the Board of Examination, I congratulate the Bangladesh Society of Anesthesiologists for organizing such a great pain conference. And I express my heartfelt gratitude for inviting me, along with Mark Tolliver, the managing director of the FIPP examination. WIP's mission is to guarantee the best possible education and training on pain and interventional pain management to help our patients and to relieve their suffering all over the world. Therefore, I'm so happy to know that so many FIPP qualified pain physicians from all different corners of the world are joining this exciting pain conference. WIP always patronize qualified and updated pain educational programs around the world. I'm very grateful to the Bangladesh Society of Anesthesiologists to have the possibility to organize a very special session named the Fellow in Interventional Pain Practice Examination Detail in this pain conference. It's a beautiful idea and a great opportunity for the Bangladeshi pain physicians to know about how to become a qualified pain physician. And I'm sure it will be of a great help for all the Bangladeshi pain physicians for becoming a qualified pain physician in the future, and from all the people from Sri Lanka, Nepal, India, and from Pakistan. And once again, I'm really proud and happy to join this conference. I wish you all a wonderful 3 days and a great success of this first international e-conference on pain. And I especially congratulate the leadership of the organizers of this important meeting, and especially of Professor Sardar. Have a good day and enjoy your meeting. See you later on the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much for nice speech. Hope to meet you again all together with the all pain physicians of Bangladesh at 7:45 Bangladesh time with the very special session, FIPP examination, again with you. Thank you very much, sir. Now, Dr. Wayne Morris, he is the president-elect of World Federation of Society of Anesthesiologists. He is joining from the New Zealand. I would like to request our president-elect of WFSA, Dr. Wayne Morris. Are you here, sir?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you, Professor Sardar. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very loudly and clearly.
Honourable President, Honourable Minister, special guests, friends and colleagues. It's an honour to be speaking to you this afternoon, this evening, as President-elect of the World Federation of Societies of Anesthesiologists. Greetings to you all from my country, New Zealand, tēnā koutou katoa. The WFSA represents anesthesiologists in 150 countries around the world, and it's wonderful to see colleagues from the SAARC nations and further afield at this meeting. Congratulations to the Bangladesh Society of Anesthesiologists for organising this International E-Conference on Pain 2020. It is vital during this COVID-19 pandemic that we continue to provide the best possible care for our patients, and ongoing professional development is very important during this time. Globally, pain is an underdiagnosed and undertreated healthcare problem. Millions of people around the world are suffering from pain of all types, and the need for better pain management for our patients has not gone away because of the COVID-19 pandemic. The World Health Organization estimates that 5.5 billion out of the world's 7 billion people do not have access to treatments for moderate to severe pain. In many countries, especially countries with limited resources, pain management is given a low priority. Staff knowledge and attitudes may be poor, and access to treatments may be very limited. And this particularly applies to opioid analgesics. We have the crazy situation in the world today where some countries, for example, the United States and Canada, have an oversupply of opioids, but there are many low-income countries where there are almost no opioids available. Pain management is a cornerstone of the practice of anesthesiology. We, as anesthesiologists, therefore have a key role in improving pain management in our countries and worldwide. The importance of pain management after operations is highlighted in the WHO, WFSA international standards for a safe practice of anesthesia. Anesthesiologists can also make a valuable contribution to the management of other types of acute pain, and also the management of cancer patients and patients with chronic non-cancer pain. How do we improve pain management worldwide? There are three key areas. First, advocacy. We need to raise awareness of the importance of pain management at a local level, at a national level, and globally. Second, we need to improve treatment availability, including appropriate access to opioid analgesics. And third, education. Pain management education underpins all the other efforts. It is vital that we work together to improve pain management knowledge amongst healthcare workers, and anesthesiologists are in an excellent position to lead this. The WFSA has been working with member societies to provide quality pain management education. To give an example, the WFSA helps to run 5 pain management fellowship programs around the world, including one in Hyderabad, led by Dr. Muralidhar Joshi, and one in Bangkok, led by Professor Nantasorn. Another educational initiative that is close to my heart is the Essential Pain Management Program. This aims to provide a simple system for managing pain of all types. Essential Pain Management was first taught in 2010 and has now been taught in over 60 countries around the world, including Bangladesh, India, Sri Lanka, Nepal, and Pakistan. In fact, I first visited Bangladesh in 2013 when I helped to run an EPM workshop with Professor Akhtaruzzaman. To conclude, pain is an underdiagnosed and undertreated healthcare problem worldwide, and we have a lot of work to do. Anesthesiologists are a key part of the solution, and it is very important that we work together to improve pain management for our patients. Once again, I congratulate the Bangladesh Society of Anesthesiologists for organising this e-conference. I wish you all the very best for this meeting and beyond, and let us hope that it will be possible for us to meet in person at the World Congress of Anesthesiologists in Prague in September 2021. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your nice speech touching the global perspective of pain and anesthesia. Thank you very much, President-elect WFSA. Now I'm moving to Dr. Jannicke Malin Olsen. She is the past president of WFSA. She is joining from Norway. Are you here, madam?
Hello, I'm here.
Okay, thank you for your joining. Okay, carry on with your speech. Everybody is happy to see you from Bangladesh.
Dear dignitaries, dear colleagues and friends, I'm so happy to see you also. Just to see the room in the Hotel Intercontinental and see all of you, the names and pictures for people joining from all over the world. So like the others, I want to congratulate you, our colleagues in Bangladesh, that you really put this on the agenda now at this time. this important problem which is underserved in the world. Now my president-elect, or our president-elect, has told us a lot about the WFSA, so I'm not going into details on all of that, but just remind ourselves that 1/5 of the world's population has been estimated to suffer from chronic pain, and increasing as you get older. And it's so frustrating to know that there is so much knowledge on how to mitigate this pain with relatively small resources, but it has not got the attention and the focus that it deserves in the sense of global economy and education and so on. So I think what you are doing here, putting this and bringing South Asia and also the rest of the world together to highlight this important problem in this special time in the world, is really, really important. With relatively small means, we can do so much to mitigate this global burden of pain. And now Dr. Morris also highlighted the issue about the maldistribution, about how 50% of the world's population receives less than 1% of the opioids. Half of the world receives less than 1% of the opioids available. And the same, that 10% of the world's population receives more than 90% of all the opioids. So there is a huge maldistribution. And at this point, I would like to remind ourselves that there have been some issues in some countries trying to put extra regulations and restrictions on the distribution on morphine, on ketamine, and also on other pain medications. So we also have to be very alert, speak to our politicians, and trying to lobby. So there will not be more international restrictions on pain medication, which will further make it difficult for our patients to receive what they need. And I will not go into detail. There are so many addresses and so on. I just want to say that, again, thank you for inviting me. I miss you all. I love you all. And I'm looking forward to the next days of becoming more wise when it comes to pain treatment. Thank you, and very good luck with the conference.
Okay, thank you very much, madam, for your nice speech. You have led WFSA for a long time, and your special fascination was for the undeveloped countries, and we have been benefited from underdeveloped countries from your leadership. Wish you good health and long life. Thank you, madam, for joining us. Now I'm moving to our special guest, Professor. Okay, so time is over for him. Now I'm moving for our special guest speech, Professor ABM Khurshid Alam sir. Sir is the Director General of the DGHS. Sir, are you here, sir?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you. Sir, please continue with your speech,
Okay.
please.
Thank you very much for inviting me to remain with you. Good afternoon to everyone. Respected chair of the session. It's a great privilege for me to be here and to remain with you in the first International E-Conference on Pain 2020, organized by Bangladesh Society of Anesthesiologists. I must thank our Honorable President, the People's Republic of Bangladesh, MD Abdul Hamid, for his written speech, which was read by our eminent professor, Khalil Rahman sir, and Honorable Chief Guest, Mr. Jahid Malik, MP, Honorable Minister of Health and Family Welfare, Ministry of Bangladesh, Honorable Secretary, Medical Education, Health and Family Welfare, Mr. Ali Noor, our leader, BMA President, Mustafa Jalal Muhyiddin, and our Shachi President, Professor Iqbal Arsalan, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Konakkanti Burua, to all of you, my humble respect and salam. Assalamu alaikum. In this COVID pandemic, anesthetists in our country played a very vital role. And some of our senior anesthetists sacrificed their lives in giving the service to the humanity. I am remembering those departed souls with due respect. I know there is a huge scarcity of anesthetists in our country in all aspects. As a part of the health administration, I am trying to cope this situation. Pain is such an unpleasant sensation that everybody has experienced it. The somatic pain could be cured by the anesthetist in the palliative side, in the postoperative side, as well as in general pain management. The postoperative outcome of any surgery is dependent on the pain management. I'd like to thank my dear colleagues, anesthetists, who make us comfortable in doing the anesthesia and in doing the surgery and managing the patients. I wish every success of this conference. I hope that all of you will enjoy this 3 days e-conference. This is a new experience to us, but I think we will not be deprived from the experience of the anesthetist in the practical life. Stay safe, stay blessed. Thank you all. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you very much, sir, for your nice speech. Now I am moving to Professor Iqbal Arsalan, sir. He's the President Shachi. Sir, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, sir, carry on with.
Can you hear me?
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Professor. Good afternoon to everyone. Respected chair of this inaugural session of the first International E-Conference on Pain 2020. And this is organized by the Bangladesh Society of Anesthesiologists, and it's my honor and privilege to be here in this August gathering. I must express my gratitude to the Honorable President of People's Republic of Bangladesh, His Excellency. And I think his message will encourage we people and our anesthesiologists you're working very hard to develop the pain management of our country and patient management as well. And already some of us expressed about their sacrifice and their actually effort in the management of COVID pandemic. Honorable Chief Guest, I think is not yet here. Minister of Health and Family Welfare, Government People's Republic of Bangladesh, and Mr. Jahid Malik MP, Honorable Secretary, Medical Education and Family Welfare Division, Mr. Ali Noor, respected President of Bangladesh Medical Association, our the professional leader, Dr. Mustafa Jalal Muhyiddin, our respected the Vice Chancellor of Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujib Medical University, Professor Konakkanti Burua, and our the Director General of Health Services, Professor ABM Khurshid Alam, and the other the officials of the society of Anesthesiologists of Bangladesh. And I came to know that about 60 international faculties from all continent are going to join in this pain conference. And my heartfelt greetings to all the faculties and delegates from home and abroad, especially the faculties from abroad who could manage their time, busy schedule, for the 3 days to be here in, they are joining in these sessions, and their interaction with our people will be mutually beneficiary for our, say, young faculties. And you see, Bangladesh has shown remarkable development in health sector by the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister, Her Excellency Sheikh Hasina. Now we outspread for the improvement of specialized healthcare services to all people to improve the quality comparable to that of the developed world. And anesthesiologists actually are taking care of our, say, pain patients who are in pain, that is in the post-operative period, labor room and pain clinic since long in Bangladesh. And further development of pain service, like a developed part of the world, is a time-demanding issue in present era. And I'm very glad to know that the anesthesiologists are working hard for the development of pain medicine, subspecialty which will contribute to further development of health services in Bangladesh. But qualified manpower is very basic issue for the foundation of to develop a new specialty or super specialty. And so far my knowledge goes, I came to know the organizers have incorporated a very special session, what our renowned Professor Professor Iqbal mentioned, that the fifth examination and detail, there are say special sessions, and for upcoming pain physicians of Bangladesh, and actually fifth board of examination will talk in this session, and he is here, Chris Vissers. I must congratulate, I must express our gratitude to you. You are taking your valuable time for our, say, young fellows. Our government is actually working on quality health service, targeting the developed part of the world. Actually, I hope such a special conference on pain will play a significant role in pain patient care in Bangladesh, and it will boost up anesthesiologists for the better management of their complicated pain patients with updated knowledge and skills. It will play a good role to develop pain medicine as a subspecialty of anesthesiology in Bangladesh. I must congratulate and appreciate the continuous and sustained effort of organizers to make the Congress successful, and I wish a very successful 3-day long say conference. And with these few words, I would like to conclude over here. Joy Bangla, Joy Bangabandhu, long live Bangladesh. Thank you all.
Thank you very much for your speech, sir. Thank you very much to join us. Now I'm moving to Professor Kanukkanti Borua. Sir is the Vice Chancellor, Bangabandhu Medical University. Sir, are you here, sir?
Yes, I am here.
Okay.
Good afternoon to everybody. Respected chair of the session, of the inaugural session of this first International E-Conference on Pain Management 2020, organized by Bangladesh Society of Anesthesiology. I must express my deep respect and deep sense of gratitude to His Excellency, Honorable President of the People's Republic of Bangladesh, MD Abdul Hamid. His message will encourage the participants. Honorable Chief Guest, Minister of Health and Family Welfare, Government of the People's Republic of Bangladesh, Mr. Zahid Malik MP, Honorable Secretary, Medical Education and Family Welfare Division, Mr. Ali Noor, my friend, DMA President, Dr. Mustafa Jalal Mohiuddin, and Shachi President, Professor M. Iqbal Aslan, and Director General of Health Services, Professor BM Khoshed Alam, my heartfelt greetings to all faculties and delegates from home and abroad. I must congratulate, first of all, the organizers for organizing such a wonderful sessions on E-Conference on Pain 2020. First of all, I want to express my deep respect those whom we have lost in fighting against COVID-19. Those doctors who are either anesthetists or other than anesthetists, I must express my deep sense of respect to them. I am very happy to know that anesthesiology discipline is trying to very well to develop their subspecialty on pain medicine. I feel qualified physician in respective field is very basic for developing the specialty and subspecialty services. Basic pillar for being qualified physicians are knowledge and training and skill. I came to know that in this pain conference, the organizers kept a very special session named as FIPP, Examination Detail, where chair of Board of Examination of World Institute of Pain will be there. It's a beautiful idea and great opportunity for Bangladeshi pain physicians to know about how to become a qualified pain physician. I'm sure it will be a great help for the Bangladeshi pain physicians for becoming a qualified and competent pain physician. I appreciate Bangladesh Society of Anesthesiologists for taking such type of activities because qualification is fundamental issue for developing clinical services, especially in this pandemic 19 era. I am very happy to know that about 60 pain physicians with anesthesia background, along with world leaders of pain and anesthesia, are joining in this first international E-Conference on Pain 2020. I sincerely hope this conference will be a long way in projecting regional cooperation with exchanges of knowledge and skill related to pain among the national and international pain physicians. I wish a great success of first international E-Conference on Pain 2020. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for joining us and for your nice space to the pain physician and to the PSA. Thank you very much, sir. Now I'm going to our leader, Dr. Mustafa Jalal Mohiuddin, President BMA. Jalal bhai, are you here? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. At first, I want to express my utmost gratitude to our President, His Excellency, Mr. Abdul Hamid, our Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, daughter of our father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, who is working hard day and night for our willing and prosperity for our country. For her discretion and humanitarian, Bangladesh is fighting as well against our COVID pandemic with low resource. My heartiest thanks to all leaders, our leader Sheikh Hasina. I also want to thank our health minister who is coming in the meeting, Mr. Jahid Malik, Health Secretary Mr. Ali Noor, and our Vice Chancellor, my friend, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman Vishwavidyalaya University, Mr. Kanak Kanti Borua, our President of SACHIV, Mr. Iqbal Aslan, and also I welcome our other guests and international faculties who are present in this first international e-conference on Pain 220. I feel honored to welcome all of the participation from our home and abroad. I want to show my deep condolence for those pandemic for freedom fighters who left us in this pandemic situation. May Allah grant them Jannat. Dear all anesthesiologists who are working hard at pandemic, at Corona worry, this entrance nation is thankful to you for your dedicated service to the citizen of nation during all pandemic period, putting our and your family members at risk. Staying all from your family members, country feel proud of you. However, as the specialist surgical services are continuous growing, the anesthesiologist members lags behind. The cause is lack the available resources. BMA with you collaboration with government may help to improve to attain order of your attendance SDG. I believe that the knowledge, skills, and experience for the non-specialized from country and abroad would be able to educate to local junior doctors in improve their skill. I am very appreciative on the brilliant thoughtful steps taken by the organizer and wish your both the Congress and conference a grand success. Thank you. Jai Bangla, Jai Bangabandhu, Bangladesh live forever.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jalal Bhai, to join us. Thanks again. And now we are moving to our Honorable Secretary, Medical Education and Family Welfare Division, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Mr. MD Ali Noor sir. I think sir joined here. Sir, are you here, sir?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you very much, sir, to join us from your very busy schedule to manage time for us. Thank you very much, sir, to join us. Please, sir, carry on with your speech.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Respected Chair of the first International E-Conference on Pain 2020, Honorable Chief Guest, Mr. Zahid Malik, MP, Minister of Health and Family Welfare, from home and abroad, respected Vice of Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur University, Mr. Professor President, Professor Mustafa Jalal Muhyiddin, Shachi Professor Iqbal Arslan, DG, and other dear participants, good afternoon. I am really highly honored to be invited and to come in contact with all the experts of anesthesiologists from Bangladesh and other countries. And I show my great honor to His Excellency, our Honorable President, People's Republic of Bangladesh, for his great message for the conference. What the anesthesiologists actually do, what is the importance of anesthesiology, and what expectation do you like to have from the conference? This sort of thing, I think, may be explained in the conference. And if we like to have good quality service delivery, we need qualified professionals. And I think this conference will help pain physicians and eventually will develop the professionalism. And it's to me, it's a great initiative by the Bangladesh Society of Anesthesiologists. Congratulations to BSA, and I wish great success of the conference. Thank you very much. With these few words, I conclude my speech here. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for joining us. We are delighted for your joining. Many, many thanks from Bangladesh Society of Anesthesiologists to you, sir. Now the time for vote of thanks. I'm going to Dr. Amir Hossain Rahat. He is the Vice President of the BSA. Rahat bhai, please take the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Secretary General of Bangladesh Society of Anesthesiologists. Mr. Chairperson of this inaugural session, Honorable Chief Guest, Honorable Special Guests from home and abroad, learned faculties, dear participants, my dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, very good afternoon and Assalamu alaikum. On behalf of Bangladesh Society of Anesthesiologists, I would like to express our heartfelt thanks and gratitude to our Honorable President of the People's Republic of Bangladesh, His Excellency Muhammad Abdul Hamid, for giving a very, very inspiring speech, a message for us in this first International E-Conference on Pain 2020, organized by Bangladesh Society of Anesthesiologists. As we know, the pain is a very, very crucial event in our life. No one wants to bear pain in his or her life. The pain physicians are working hard to reduce the pain, to treat the pain, to manage the pain in everyone's life. We can say a pain-free world is our dream. Our pain physicians who are participating in this conference, definitely they will be benefited from this conference. They will come to know the latest updates of pain management in around the world. Our respected faculties will deliver their speech next 2 days. I think it will be very, very effective one. On behalf of Bangladesh Society of Anesthesiologists, I would like to express our thanks and gratitude to our Honorable Chief Guest, Honorable Minister for Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Mr. Jahid Malik MP, who is working hard, especially in this COVID pandemic, controlling COVID in Bangladesh, and with his dynamic leadership, all the officials of Ministry of Health and Family Welfare and the physicians, nurse, and other health workers in Bangladesh are doing very well in this regard. I would like to express my thanks to our Honorable Secretary, Medical Education and Family Welfare Division, Mr. Ali Nur sir. My thanks and gratitude to our great professional leader, Dr. Mustafa Jalal Mohiuddin, a great leader of doctors community. Our thanks to Honorable Vice Chancellor of Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujib Medical University, Professor Kanak Kanti Borua. Our thanks to another professional leader, Professor M. Iqbal Asnad, the President of Shadinata Chikitsak Porishad. Our gratitude to Director General of Health Services, Professor ABM Khurshid Alam. Our gratitude to Professor Rokia Sultana and all other senior teachers, mentors of anesthesiology arena in Bangladesh, and the guest from home and abroad, especially the representative from the WFSA, the president and past president of WFSA, representative of Anesthesiology Society of Pakistan, India, Sri Lanka, and many other countries. We are very, very delighted to have you, all the learned people with us. I think it will be a very, very successful conference. Our participants will come to know the ins and outs of pain management by this conference. Thank you very much. And as you know, from this conference, Bangladesh Society of Anesthesiology is going to distribute a very prestigious Lifetime Achievement Award to some of our renowned and senior anesthesiologists. And Bangladesh Society of Anesthesiologists is going to award some of our young pain physicians for their tremendous effort in pain medicine in Bangladesh. I think it will be a very, very fruitful one. And our young pain physicians will be inspired with this award. Thank you very much. Very special thanks to the organizing committee of Bangladesh Society of Anesthesiology for a tremendous work. Last month, Bangladesh Society of Anesthesiology arranged an international conference on critical care, and this time they are arranging an international e-conference on pain. So everything is going very well. I am proud of them. Special thanks to the BSA President and Secretary General and all of our mentors. Thank you very much. Oh, and I must say thank you to the representative from the sponsoring company, representative from the print and electronics media for extending their hands towards the BSA, Bangladesh Society of Anesthesiology. Hopefully, we will work together for the betterment of the physicians. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Rahat Bhai. Honorable Minister is trying to join. Right now, he is another program, and I don't know right now he is able to join or not. But trying. Before going to the speech of the chief guest from Honorable Minister, sir, I would like to request Professor Debabrata Boni, the President of BSA, for his speech as chair of the session.
Good afternoon. I am very much obliged to His Excellency Mohammad Abdul Hamid Advocate, Honorable President, Republic of Bangladesh, for his message to us and for the success of this conference. And I also obliged our Her Excellency Sheikh Hasina, Honorable Prime Minister, Republic of Bangladesh, to encourage and developing an improvement of anesthesiology and its subspecialty. I am grateful to Almighty God to give me a chance to a first time to organize this prestigious event of Bangladesh Society of Anesthesiologists. It is a great privilege to welcome our chief guest and other distinguished guests and participants from different corners of the country and whole of the world in the first international conference, e-conference on pain 2020. Everyone knows the anesthesiologists today are facing with numerous challenges in spite of their normal activities in corona pandemic situation. Anesthesiologists are close and direct contact with corona patient in operation theater, intensive care unit. There are more aerosol generating process which lead to more infected the anesthesiologist. All anesthesiologists have a good knowledge and about pain and develop their skill to relieve the most complicated pain which does not relieve or manage a usual manner. Everyone knows the pain is the very common suffering symptom which may limit the normal activities and impairment of mental judgment. I strongly believe that the anesthesiologist is the best friend of human. Those are suffering from pain and pain from non-recoverable or terminal disease process. So we are requesting our authority to take proper steps for increasing the number of anesthesiologists and knowledgeable and skilled anesthesiologists, which are essential for good advanced surgical outcome, critical care, patient management, and interventional pain management, pain therapy. For this conference, make a platform for maintaining a good relationship among the anesthesiologists of those whole of the world, those are practicing pain. I hope Bangladesh Society of anesthesiologists. Anesthesiology acts as a platform to improve the practical solution, anesthesia, ICU, and pain medicine. And increase the related pain-related skill and knowledge. By working together, we always will be stronger. It is my sincere hope that each of you will be inspired and encouraged by the information you receive and event you attend. You will experience about the capability of and creativity and the build up interrelationship of our BSA family. I also request our main international organization, World Federation of Anesthesiologists, and WIPP for providing continuous support us to increase our improvement in this field of anesthesia with the patient safety. Hope the participants will enjoy the excellent academic first and enrich themselves, and our members are the strength of our organization, and they can maintain their dignity and sincerity to serving the humanity among all of the specialty. I hope grateful to all organizers and our also valuable sponsor for supporting us to organize this conference, and it is and their effort. Best for the next academic activities. I think all of our members of the society and presence participant can enjoy the especially academic activity on a scientific programs. It is very important for us, for especially young physicians and who are interested to develop their skill in pain medicine. And thank you everyone for joining us, both from Bangladesh and others who are part of the world. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, President BSA, for your speech. We are still waiting for the joining of our chief guest, Honorable Minister. Still, he is in an unexpected emergency. The program will be continue after the inauguration session. Also, it will be continued up to 9:30 today. In a suitable time, I think he will join us. But for the inaugural session, we want to conclude the inaugural session here. If possible, he will join in up to 9:30. The program will be continued. In any time, he may join with us. And greetings to the all society members. Dear faculties, delegates, and other dignitaries, this is the end of our inaugural session of First International E-Conference on Pain 2020. Thank you very much for joining us. Now we are moving to our award ceremony. There is successive two award ceremony. One is Lifetime Achievement Award ceremony, and another is Young Pain Physician Award ceremony. The Lifetime Achievement Award ceremony will be conducted by Dr. M.D. Atikul Islam. He is the Vice President of Bangladesh Society of Anesthesiologists. And Young Pain Physician Award ceremony will be conducted by Dr. A.K.M. Faizul Haq. He is the Joint Secretary of Bangladesh Society of Anesthesiologists. And thereafter, scientific session, and it will continue successive 3 days till 16 November, Monday. Till then, be safe, gather and share knowledge on pain, and enjoy the whole session of the first International E-Conference on Pain 2020. Thank you very much for joining us. Now I'm handing over the mic to Dr. MD Atikul Islam to conduct the Lifetime Achievement Award ceremony. Atik bhai, please. It's a connection to the USB connection. Yes. ওটা থাকুক ওখানে আপনার এটা দিয়ে উপরের নিচে উপরের নিচে
Thank you, Dr. Kausar Sardar, Honorable Secretary of Bangladesh Society of Anesthesiologists. I am Dr. Atikul Islam, Associate Professor and Head of Anesthesiology, Sheikh Hasina National Institute of Burn and Plastic Surgery Institute, Dhaka, Bangladesh. Welcome you all here in Bangladesh and around the globe. Respected Chair, President of the session, Chief Guest, Mr. Jahid Malik MP, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Bangladesh. Dignitaries in the dais and in front, dear colleagues, faculties, participants, trainees, and audiences. Assalamu alaikum and very good afternoon. Now, we present a very prestigious mega event of this first E-Conference on Pain 2020, that is Lifetime Achievement Award. Bangladesh Society of Anesthesiologists is founded in 1974. Our legendary anesthesiologists are all working from far before. There are several mentors who could be mentionable, but we couldn't accommodate them. We had to choose a few from this Lifetime Achievement Award. It was a really tough job to shorten the list. Now I am declaring the name of the awardees. For this time, we decided by our committee, we have to distribute 5 Lifetime Achievement Awards. Out of these 5, 3 will be posthumous and 2 will be alive. First of all, Lifetime Achievement Award goes to posthumous Professor K.A.S.M. Abdul Qadir. Sir was born in 1st September 1920 and died 6th January 2006. His educational qualification, he graduated from Calcutta University MBBS. He obtained post-graduation diploma in anesthesiology from London, FFARCS from London, and FICS. He served many institutes of the country. Lastly, he served as ex-professor and head Department of Anesthesiology, Dhaka Medical College. He is our founder president of Bangladesh Society of Anesthesiologists. May I call family member from Professor K.S.M. Abdul Qadir sir,
my dear friend, Khandakar Shahid, Dr. Shahidul Qadir. He is my friend. Please come up and take your father's memento. Thank you, Dr. Shahid. He is graduated from Dhaka Medical College from my batch. No, that's that. Thank you, Dr. Shinto. Our second awardee is all of our mentors. He is an iconic personality, Professor Shahjahan Nurussamad Chaudhary. Sir born on 25th March 1937 and died on 18th May 2014. Sir graduated from Dhaka in 1962 and obtained his diploma in anesthesiology from London in 1965. He obtained fellowship FCPS from BCPS and FICS. Professor Shahjahan Nurussamad Chaudhary served many of the institutes in Bangladesh. He was ex-professor of anesthesiology, Chittagong Medical College, ex-professor and head Department of Anesthesiology, Dhaka Medical College. He was the elected councillor of BCPS, ex-dean, Faculty of Medicine, University of Dhaka at the time of 1991 to 1993. Sir was the founder president of SARC Association of Anesthesiologists. He was the elected member, board of director, Asian Australasian Regional Section, AARS of World Federation of Society of Anesthesiologists from 1990 to 1994. He was the founder president of Bangladesh Society for Study of Pain, BSSP. Sir also was the ex-president in Bangladesh Society of Anesthesiologists. In favor of Shahjahan Nurussamad Chaudhary sir's family, our dearest Rokeya Appa received the memento and handed over to sir's family. Rokeya Appa. Thank you, Rokeya Appa. Our Lifetime Achievement Award, third posthumous, was Professor Afzalun Nisa Madam. Madam was born in 7th July 1935 and died on 9th January 2019. She graduated from Dhaka Medical College and obtained her diploma in anesthesiology from London. She served many institutes in Bangladesh. She served as Associate Professor of Dhaka Medical College and ex-head and Professor, Department of Anesthesiology, at that time IPJMR from 1980 to 1990. Madam also was the ex-president of Bangladesh Society of Anesthesiology. In favor of Professor Afzalun Nisa Madam's family, Professor Razia Madam will receive the mementos. Professor Razia Madam. Thank you, madam. Now I introduce one of our iconic star, Professor M. Khalilur Rahman. Please give big hand for Professor Khalilur Rahman. Sir was born in 18th January 1946, graduated from Dhaka Medical College. He obtained MCPS from BCPS, Diploma in Anesthesiology in UK, and FFARCS from Ireland. Sir served many institutes of the Bangladesh. Lastly, ex-professor and head Dhaka Medical College. He was the first person who introduces regional anesthesia in Bangladesh and also lever analgesia in Bangladesh. Sir was the ex-president and Secretary General of Bangladesh Society of Anesthesiologists. He was the past president, SARC Association of Anesthesiologists. He was the past chief patron, SARC Association of Anesthesiologists Congress 2013. Please make a big hand for Professor Khalilur Rahman. Lastly, Lifetime Achievement Award goes to another iconic professor, Professor Kaji Misbauddin Iqbal. Please give a big hand for Kaji Misbauddin Iqbal, sir. Sir was born in 1st November 1946, graduated from Dhaka Medical College, obtained his diploma in anesthesiology in 1974, FFARCSI Ireland 1979, FRCA UK 1980. From BCPS, he obtained FCPS degree. He served many of the institutes in our country and various new anesthesia techniques in Bangladesh. He served ex-associate professor, Dhaka Medical College, ex-chairman and professor, Department of Anesthesiology, IPGMR. He was also ex-pro vice chancellor of BSMMU, ex-treasurer BSMMU. Sir was the first chairperson of scientific committee, first SSARC, SARC Association of Anesthesiologists Congress. As we know, Sir was going to an eye operation. That is why he is not physically present here. In favor of Professor Kaji Misbauddin Iqbal, I may request Professor Maqsudul Alam Bashu sir for receiving his memento. Professor Maqsudul Alam Bashu sir. Thank you, Bashu sir. Here is the completion of Lifetime Achievement Award program. Thank you and Assalamu alaikum.
Good evening to all. I welcome all audience, our respected session chair, guest, special guest, overseas guest. Assalamu alaikum. This is a special day for the young pain physicians who are working hard to develop pain practice in Bangladesh. And this kind of award organized by BSA, and this is the first ever in Bangladesh to promote better health by managing chronic patient by the young pain physician. We requested all the practicing physician, young pain physician, and they responded accordingly. And finally, they are selected for the award. Dr. Mehdi Hassan, Young Pen Physician Award, selected for Young Pen Physician Award for 2020. He completed his MD in anesthesiology from BSMMU. He is working as a consultant anesthetist and pain physician in the pain ward. He is working, he has special interest on sonographic management or ultrasound guided management of the chronic pain, especially upper limb. I am requesting Dr. Muhammad Anisur Rahman to come to the dais to take his award. He is post-graduated from BSMMU. He is working currently in the Kuwait Bangladesh Friendship Hospital as assistant professor. He has a very much interest in fluoroscopic and ultrasonographic interventional procedure. I am requesting Dr. Syed Ariful Islam to come to the dais. He is currently working in the Brahmanbaria General Hospital. And he has a special interest in regional anesthesia and regenerative therapy. Now I am requesting Dr. Chandra Shekhar Karmakar. He is a junior consultant currently working in the Kurmitola General Hospital. He has a special interest on cancer and chronic neuropathic pain management. Chandrasekhar, Dr. Next, I am requesting Dr. Mamunur Rashid, who is a junior consultant working in Dhaka Medical College Hospital. He has a special interest in chronic neuropathic pain and cancer-related pain. Now I am requesting Mohammad Samsul Arifin, consultant. He is working in Mugda General Hospital. Next, I am requesting Dr. Mohammad Ahad Hussain to come to dais. Na, Dr. Mohammad Ahad Hussain, consultant pain physician. He is working in the Kurmitola General Hospital. Next, I am requesting Dr. Jubair Hussain. Now I am requesting Khijir Hossain. Dr. Jubair Hussain completed MD. He practicing pain physician. He has intense interest in chronic neuropathic pain management. No. Anamul Haq Milton. Now I am requesting Dr. Anamul Haq Milton to come to the dais. Milton. Next, I am requesting to come to the dais Mohammad Mazharul Alam. Mazharul Alam. Na. Dr. Mazharul Alam, consultant pain physician. He is currently working in Bangladesh Korea Motri Government Hospital. He has a interest on knee pain management. Nadim Haidar. I am requesting to come to Dr. Nadim. Nadim Haidar. একটা ছবি তুলি ছবি Now I am requesting all the young pain physician to come to the dais to take the group chobi, group photo. Faster. Thank you all. Now a tea break. Huh?
No, no. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to joining us right now. Uh, I think all the faculties from abroad already joined here. This is the first session. It will be moderated. It will be moderated by Dr. Mehdi Hassan, and there is two chairperson. Professor K.M. Iqbal sir is the chairperson, and Dr. Kaisar Khandkar sir is the chairperson. Another. I would like to request Mehdi to conduct the session. Mehdi? Mehdi? Mehdi Hassan, please. Can you come on the dais? Mehdi Hassan? হ্যাঁ ঠিক আছে আপাতত থাকুক এইভাবে ওকে হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ তুমি শুরু করে দাও হ্যাঁ তুমি প্রোগ্রাম কন্ডাকশন শুরু করে দাও আর ইকবাল স্যার আছে কিনা তুমি দেখো তোমার এটা ফুল স্ক্রিন করে দিই Naveen Malhotra, we have missed you in our inaugural session.
Yeah,
you are right now here, so you can go for 1 minute at this moment before starting our session. Okay.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kawthar Sardar and Dr. Banik for inviting me for the inaugural ceremony, and there were some technical issues. I bring with myself festive greetings on the Deepavali, which is the festival of lights, and it is a very big festival in India. So I hope this festival of lights bless us all, and we all remain in very good health. These are my best wishes to you and your family members, that all of us remain healthy and survive this pandemic. Regards to Dr. Janike, past president, WFSA, Dr. Wayne Morris, president-elect, and Dr. Chris Weisers, chair of examination section, FIPP, WIP, and other dignitaries, office bearers of SARC, invited faculty. I'm very happy and congratulate Dr. Kawthar Sardar and his team for back-to-back conferences. Last month we had International E-Conference on Critical Care, and now BSA is holding International E-Conference on pain. So I wish good luck to the organizers for the next 3 days, and I'm very sure that it will be a very fruitful conference for the delegates, and all the faculty will enjoy the hospitality, virtual hospitality of BSA. Heartiest congratulations to the lifetime award winners and also the young pain physicians for the award given by the Bangladesh Society of Anesthesiologists. And this is a very good gesture on their part to honor the seniors and the budding pain physicians on the same platform. Once again, I convey my congratulations to the organizing committee and to the dignitaries of WSA and WIP for gracing the occasion. Thank you very much. Long live ISA. Jai Hind. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I'm handovering the mic to our moderator, Dr. Mehdi Hassan. Please, Mehdi Hassan, come on the dais.
Thank you, Kawthar sir. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the first International E-Conference on Pain 2020. I am Dr. Mehdi Hassan, Cultural Secretary of Bangladesh Society of Anesthesiologists, and I'm pleased to be your moderator for this session. I'm excited to see so many anesthesiologists and pain physicians come out in this conference. This conference couldn't be happened without your tremendous support. So thank you all. Thank you to be with us. I think we are already behind our schedule. So now, without making any delay, I would like to start our first session. This session will have 5 renowned speakers from abroad. Each will speak or deliver their lecture for 15 minutes. I will give a reminder to the speaker 2 minutes before. I may request to their attendees, if you had any question, put it in the chat box, and please try to specify the speakers. At the end, we will have 10 minutes for the question answer session. Now I would like to invite here our session chair, Professor Kazi Mesbauddin Iqbal sir. He was treasurer and pro-vice chancellor of Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujib Medical University, and he took an early retirement from the chair of Department of Anesthesia and Anesthesia and ICU. I think sir is here. Sir, oh yes, thank you, sir. And now inviting now our second chair, Professor Kausar Ahmed Khandekar sir. He was consultant anesthetist, Warrington General Hospital and Ratington Orthopedic Hospital, UK. And he was first Secretary General of Bangladesh Society of Anesthesiologists. Professor Kausar Ahmed Khandekar sir. Sir, please. Okay, thank you, sir. Now I may request Professor Kazi Mesbauddin Iqbal sir and Professor Kausar Ahmed Khandekar sir to invite the speaker and start the session. Professor Iqbal sir will invite the first 3 speakers, and the next 3 will be invited by Professor Kausar Ahmed sir. Sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mehdi Hassan. It's my pleasure to be.
Sir, we cannot hear you.
I'm unmuted.
Yes,
can you hear me now?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, it's my pleasure to be here as a chairperson of this first session, scientific session that is, and I think it would be better to save time to introduce the first speaker and the second speaker by myself, and leave the next 3 out for my friend and co-chairperson, Dr. Kausar Khandekar. So our first speaker is Dr. Naveen Malhotra, whom you have just met. And Naveen Malhotra is from India, and he is one of the celebrated person there. And he's currently the professor of anesthesiology and pain physician, PGIMS, Rohtak, Haryana in India. And he's also the honorary secretary, Indian Society of Anesthesiologists. Dr. Naveen Malhotra is going to talk about chronic pain management in COVID pandemic. Dr. Naveen Malhotra.
Thank you, Chairpersons, for the kind introduction. And I once again convey my regards and greetings to Bangladesh Society of Anesthesiologists and the love and respect of Professor Sardar and Banik sir for inviting me here. I convey my regards again to Dr. Yanike, the President of WFSA, past President, and Dr. Professor Chris Weissers, the Chair, FFP, Board of Examinations, WIP. I shall be discussing about chronic pain management in COVID pandemic, and I bring with myself greetings from PGIMS Rohtak, Haryana, where I am working, and this is our OPD complex. And these are the pictures of Pain Management Center, the Dard Nivaran Kendra, which we have labeled it as, and it's a spacey area. And I'm happy to share with you that pre-lockdown, our OPD attendance is like that of any other gynecological or obstetric or orthopedics OPD or a general surgical OPD. We had a lockdown in India on the midnight of 23rd and 24th. And before that, our regular OPDs were on Tuesdays, Fridays, and Saturdays with around 150 to 175 patients per OPD. We used to start somewhere around 8 a.m. in summers and 9 a.m. in winters, and the OPD continues till around 9 to 10 p.m. in the evening, with around 30 to 40 blocks given in the pain OT in the pain management center itself. And in addition to that, we had dedicated OT for fluoroscope guided blocks on Mondays and Thursdays, where we used to perform around 20 to 25 interventions per OT. And for USG guided blocks, we have dedicated day on Wednesdays. So this is our picture of dedicated pain OT, pain recovery room, and a good space for holding 60 to 70 patients at a time. And then we used to perform all interventions in the pain OT, the fluoroscope guided, whether it is any of the lower back, upper back, neuralgia, radiofrequency, stellate, celiac plexus, lumbar sympathectomy, glossopharyngeal neuralgia, knee, hip interventions, ganglia impar, SI joint, failed post-back surgery syndromes, facet joint, medial branch block. But during lockdown, which was around 2 months, there was no OPD, and it was primarily a teleconsultation or calling the patients which required urgent interventions to the operation theatre. OPD restarted around 22nd May 2020. Initially, the authorities allowed us only 1 week, once in a week OPD, and that too with a cap of maximum 100 patients per OPD. But since July, we have been restored to the prior 1 to 3 days a week OPD, but things have changed after that. And this is the way how we work. This is a small video, and we follow all norms of social distancing. How the patients are going to come and sit in the OPD, ensuring adequate distance between them, guiding the patients about the hand hygiene, and having adequate gap where the doctor will sit and where the patient will sit. So the space while the patients are sitting in the OPD. Hand hygiene for all the patients is ensured. There's a gap between the patient and the doctor while taking history. But while examining, definitely we are close. Due precautions are taken by the doctor on duty, wearing N95 mask, face shield, gloves, cap, and overshoes. And for telling about the precautions and exercises, we maintain adequate distance between the patient and our physiotherapist colleague or the junior colleagues. Earlier, this room used to be full of patients, but now we are calling, and sanitization is taken care of that. And the drug distribution center also, and we ensure that proper spacing is there. And whole of the team is working in the interest of chronic patient welfare in this pandemic also, but taking due precautions. ISP revised the definition of pain on 16 July, as pain as an unpleasant sensory and emotional experience associated with or resembling that associated with actual or potential tissue damage. And with 6 notes which were attached to this particular definition. Now, what pandemic has thrown challenges to us are that patients were initially hesitant visiting healthcare facilities in person. And this is happening now also. Their comfort level has gone up, confidence level has gone up, but still they are a bit reluctant. Like my center, it is both a COVID center also as well as a non-COVID center also. But the blocks are different. So initially the resistance was because of travel restrictions, social and physical distancing requirements, and fear that the healthcare facilities may be infected. But we all must remember that treatment of chronic pain is an essential service, and any disruption in pain practice has alarming consequences for individuals, society, healthcare system, and the providers. But at the same time, we have to ensure that there is no risk or that the risk is decreased to the healthcare workers who are working there to the COVID virus. And also to ease the overtly burdened healthcare system. And the solutions are pertaining to the staffing. Majority of the pain physicians in India are anesthesiologists, but they are the first responders for the COVID critical care patients also. So in majority of the anesthesiologists, they are busy in the COVID care and they are deputed in pain clinics for less time for the chronic pain management. And also because of the pandemic, there is a high incidence of burnout amongst the among the anesthesiologists who are also doing pain practice. So the solution for this is that there should be provision for adequate staff and prompt reallocation to pain services as soon as the situation allows in a particular hospital. And this is the responsibilities of the HODs and administrators to follow this particular thing. In our institute, we had a meeting wherein all the super specialties were there and they were given 1 OPD per week initially, maximum of 100 patients per day. So we also said that we also require chronic pain management services to restore and the pain clinic to be restarted. So we were also given 1 OPD per week initially with 100 patients. And this health pain medicine is a specialty also that, okay, now this is also in the league of super specialty services and it has to be restored as early as possible. The another solution is that it can be supplemented by telemedicine. In the current scenario of COVID-19 pandemic, telemedicine is emerging as a key technology for efficient communication and a sustainable solution, and it should also be considered for chronic pain patients. In India, the NITI Aayog has released the telemedicine practice guidelines recently, which enables the registered medical practitioners to provide healthcare using telemedicine. Telemedicine has got some advantages, but some disadvantages also. The advantage is that there is unnecessary and avoidable exposure of the people involved in the delivery of healthcare can be prevented by using telemedicine. And it also reduces the need for personal protective equipment, leading to a reduction in their consumption. Telemedicine also improves access to the healthcare and relieves the already stressed healthcare infrastructure during the current pandemic. However, the limitations are that there is a lack of clarity on medical legal implications. And the most important thing, use of technology cannot replace clinical medicine based on in-person consultation and the physical examination. And in pain practice, physical examination, in-person consultation is very, very important, especially in the initial stages of the treatment. Then there are also chances of misdiagnosis and inability to conduct radiological investigations and other diagnosis, other diagnostic investigations. Then there are certain challenges with respect to the government setup, especially in our perspective in India, that you have to set up infrastructure. You need to have separate OPD hours and sessions and days. The staff has to be trained, which is accustomed to the in-person working. In our institute, there is free distribution of medicines which are prescribed. So in teleconsultation, the patient will have to send somebody to receive these medicines. And patients with rural background or who are not much educated, telemedicine may not be a practical option. But all said and done, when we come to redesign health services after the pandemic, maybe the telemedicine would make us another model of care with patients with chronic pain. Also, the other challenges in pandemic are that chronic pain management is a multimodal, multidisciplinary approach, and we have to ensure availability of other colleagues, radiological services, which may be disrupted or may be decreased in this pandemic. Coming to the clinical profile of chronic pain patients with respect to the COVID pandemic, comorbidities. Chronic pain patients are usually elderly and with comorbidities, and susceptibility of chronic pain patients to infectious diseases such as COVID-19 is higher as many patients are elderly and have multiple comorbidities. Immunosuppression. Chronic pain itself affects immunosuppression, and that can predispose patients to getting infected with the COVID virus. Chronic pain patients are on opioids. Some of them are on opioids, and opioid treatment itself may cause immunity suppression in some patients, and different opioids have different potential for immunosuppression. So, chronic patients who are on opioids could potentially be more susceptible to COVID-19 and other secondary infections. But it is not recommended to do any changes to the ongoing treatment regimens in the absence of any documented change in the pain or function. So we should not abruptly stop the opioids, and we should maximum if pain relief is there, we can taper it off. But opioid treatment regimens have to be continued as per the pain scores and the patient's functional requirement. However, careful monitoring of patients on transdermal opioids is recommended, as the rate of absorption with high fever can be unpredictable and can possibly result in side effects. Steroids and immunosuppression. Steroids can also cause suppression of immunity, and corticosteroid injections in joints are linked to high viral infection risk in the previous studies. Oral corticosteroid administration. If the patient is already on oral steroids, do not stop the current steroids, but you can taper it if possible and clinically safe. However, the physician should think and weigh all the possibilities before starting steroids in the current pandemic. NSAIDs, the patients using NSAID should continue using them. However, we should be educating them that NSAIDs can cause, may mask fever or myalgia, and such patients should be educated to promptly report if there is a new myalgia or mild fever. Coming on to the intervention pain procedures, the minimally invasive pain and spine interventions. What are the recommendations for procedure selections? As such, the golden rule is do semi-emergency and emergency interventional pain procedures. Indian Society for Study of Pain position statement for pain medicine practice during the COVID pandemic has been released, and I am also one of the authors of this particular position statement. So we have to classify the patients who are attending the pain clinics as having red flags, emergency requirement for emergency procedures or urgent procedures, or those who require elective based procedures and who can wait and where the risk benefit analysis has to be done. And in all those, whether you have to perform the interventions or you have to delay it, or you have to defer it, or you have to postpone it or cancel it, you should always consult the patients and take him or her into confidence while you are deciding. The final decision regarding performing the interventional pain procedures is made by the pain physician, and risk benefit to the patients as well as to the medical personnel, they are all taken into account. About the corticosteroid injections, whether local, intra-articular, epidural or systemic, in the previous studies it has been shown that injections of corticosteroids into joints has a higher incidence of viral illness like influenza. The duration of immunosuppression varies according to the agent which you are using. So the pain physician should evaluate the risk and benefits of steroid injections. Using a decreased dose of steroid can be helpful, especially in high-risk patients. And give steroid injections only if the patient has significant disease activity and there are no alternatives. However, steroid use, whether oral or injected, in the established musculoskeletal conditions, arthritis, and pain joints should not be stopped suddenly, but tapered if possible and clinically safe with medical supervision. How we are dealing with the interventions during this current pandemic? We are doing emergency and emergency interventions, and usually the number has come down from 40 per OPD to 15 to 20, and for the fluoroscope guided it has come down from 25 to 10 to 15 per week. We follow a set peri-procedural protocol. All patients undergo RT-PCR within 5 days of prior to the intervention, preferably 2 to 3 days. Patients wear surgical masks throughout their course in the operation theatre, and all the staff in the OT wears N95, gloves, and the gown. While waiting in the pre-medication room, the patients they maintain distancing of 2 meters. Only one attendant is allowed with one particular patient, and he waits outside the OT in the waiting area. And arrival time is also spaced. All the patients are not called at 9 a.m., but 9 a.m., 10 a.m., 11 a.m., so that distancing can be maintained and achieved. We do want to ensure that our healthcare workers are protected and they are not infected from a particular patient. So pre-procedural testing is rigidly followed. Also, we know that if the pain physician gets infected, he or she is out of clinical practice for at least 3 weeks. In India, repeat RT-PCR is done in the 2nd week, and if you turn negative 1 week, you have to be quarantined as a healthcare worker. Moreover, there is morbidity to the self due to the COVID per se, and the pain physician, if he gets carried home infection, then there is a risk of infecting the spouse, parents, and kids. So rigid protocols are there in place, and they are followed in letter and spirit. Once recovered, but if the healthcare worker in quarantine, telemedicine is a useful tool to supervise the juniors or interact with the patients and the colleagues. This we have learned in our clinical practice during this current pandemic. Also, we want to decrease the morbidity in the patients. If we inject or perform some interventions in a patient who is suffering from SARS-CoV virus, then there are reports of increased morbidity in such patients who have underwent surgical procedures. So we don't take any chances regarding infectivity of the patients for themselves also, as well as for the healthcare worker also. We have realized that radiofrequency lesioning has the incidence has gone up during this current pandemic, as it says, whether you're doing conventional, pulsed, or combined RF, the incidence of steroid injections have gone down and radiofrequency lesioning has gone up, whether it is for the trigeminal neuralgia, or it is for the lumbar sympathetic block, or it is for the genicular nerve block, or for the other interventions. So to summarize, I am saying this as a community chronic pain management, because in the pandemic, we have to ensure that pain services reaches to each and every person who deserves it, who requires it, and the pandemic should not delay the delivery of the pain management services to the individuals. So the challenges are, we are having all strata of patients, rural to ministers, whether they are from rural population or from the influential ministers or governors or their relatives, they all come to us, and we have to tailor-made the pain management strategy for them, whether it is by the medications or by interventions. Poor to rich, we are performing basic interventions to the advanced interventions as required by a particular patient in this pandemic, and we are doing interventions immediately also. If patient has got severe pain and we cannot wait, we do immediate interventions, and there are certain patients where we delay the interventions because they can wait for that. This pandemic, chronic pain management, certain avenues are there. We are ensuring that training and teaching is continuing along with the clinical exposure. Certain research is also continuing of chronic pain management in COVID pandemic, and it is also helping establishing pain medicine as a super specialty branch of anesthesiology. Most importantly, by treating chronic pain patients, you get blessings of the patients, which is the most important thing for us. So to conclude, our pain practice in COVID pandemic rests on proper history, relevant investigation, and detailed history and examination, relevant investigations, and appropriate interventions. And we are following the holistic approach during this COVID pandemic also. I thank all my teachers and parents because of whose teaching I am sitting here, not standing here in front of you and talking about chronic pain management in COVID pandemic. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Malhotra, on two accounts. First, that you have presented for your presentation, which is the right time, right thing to do. And second is that you have finished it in time. So now we invite our next speaker, Dr. Dalvina Hanu Sarnat. I wonder whether I'm pronouncing it correct. I hope I am. And she is from UK, and she is the vice chair of UK section WIP. That's very important. Consultant in pain medicine and anesthesia, Queen Elizabeth University Hospital, Birmingham. And she's research lead, pain management unit, Queen Elizabeth University Hospital, Birmingham. It's called FIPP 2006, probably she was the examiner in there. That's Dr. Hanu Sarnat, and she is going to talk about the lumbar nerve root blocks, patient selection, technique, pitfalls, and evidence. Dr. Dalvina, please. You have to unmute yourself, Dr.
Yeah, I have just now.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Good.
So thank you very much for inviting me to speak at such a prestigious meeting, and for asking me to share my experience with such distinguished colleagues from all over the world. I'd also like to congratulate you for having the courage to organize a meeting under such hostile conditions, and for taking care that we all speak at times when, you know, it's a social hour in the UK. I don't know what the situation with procedural interventions is in India and Bangladesh, but certainly in Europe, all the interventions are now being open to scrutiny, and they're being threatened with no longer being paid for by the insurers. And I think we do have ourselves to blame for that, because we've done far too many interventions for far too many years with not enough evidence to back them up. And it's only meetings like this that will revive interventional pain practice in Europe. So I'm trying to see, you know, we have a relatively simple problem. People who have disc prolapses and need a nerve root block, and for some reason we don't seem to be very successful at treating discogenic pain with nerve root blocks. So I think we need to establish from the very beginning, why do we do these blocks? We do them for diagnostic, prognostic, therapeutic reasons, and sometimes we do a variety of peripheral nerve blocks to minimize harm and take people off opiates. Now, what I call the problems of these nerve blocks are the P's of pain. We're looking at pathology, pathophysiology. Are we treating people who have significant psychosocial pathology? And of course, we have to remember that there are personal interests, and there are sort of interests of the individual of getting better or not. So we're looking at what makes these blocks not universally successful. So in other words, where do we fail? I think we fail because we sometimes pick up the wrong patient, we have the wrong diagnosis, or we have the wrong technique. If we make sure that we sort of try and correct all our faults, then obviously we think that the chances of a block working are much higher. So in terms of patients, when patients come to my clinic, they fill in a pain diagram. And to the younger people, I always explain that even if someone has an MRI with nerve roots that's compressed, who's complaining of some leg pain, if their pain is global, they don't make a good candidate for nerve root blocks. Similarly, this patient whose life has been taken over by pain and a whole variety of other functional symptoms, they're not good candidates for nerve root blocks. The other problem is that pain patterns are very mixed, isn't it? We all learn from our predecessors and from our teachers, oh yeah, if you have pain going down the leg, it's probably sciatica if it goes down to the toes. If it doesn't, then it's probably sacroiliac or facet joint pain. As you can see from this slide, if you try and test structures, spinal structures that may be associated with pain, and people have put hypotonic saline in sacroiliac joint, facet joints, and a variety of other structures, we find that the pain patterns very similar. So clinically, we can't make a diagnosis. This is radicular pain, this is somatic pain, or coming from the sacroiliac joint. Moreover, if we look at the pathology and the disc prolapses, even radiology, when we combine clinical and radiological criteria, it is still very difficult to determine which disc and which root is compromised, because as you can see on the left-hand side, we can have, say, an L4, L5 central disc protrusion with compression on the descending S1 nerve roots. So doing a nerve root injection through the S1 foramen may or may not necessarily help. Doing a nerve root injection through the L4 foramen here, it most certainly won't help. The situation can be complicated further by these kind of complex disc prolapses, where there is the prolapse at the level of the foramen, but it is not compressing the exsic nerve root, is compressing the descending nerve root below. So that is some of the reasons why, as we can see, the nerve root blocks have a high rate of false positive, high rate of false negatives, and a rather low sensitivity and specificity. The other piece complicated the problem are the rheumatological disorder, the spondyloarthropathies, people who have a variety of connective tissue disorders that have spinal pain as part of their rheumatological disorder, in which case, you know, they respond better to disease-modifying drugs than to injections. One of my in things that I enjoy looking at is the people who have transitional lumbosacral vertebrae. And of course, that about 20% of the population would have these vertebrae that have very long transverse processes, and they actually form a pseudoarthrosis with the sacrum. If the pseudoarthrosis is solid and bony, then it's not painful. But if the pseudoarthrosis is mobile, then these individuals, not only that they would have localized pain in the area where you would expect facet joint tenderness, but they would also have rudimentary facet joints, and they would have a much higher risk of degeneration at the levels above. So this is a typical example of a patient that I have treated who didn't respond to facet joint interventions, who had a very narrow disc at the level above. So we assume, oh, maybe his pain is discogenic. In fact, all along, his pain was coming from this pseudo arthrosis here, that was subsequently injected with good pain relief. So when the injections don't work, you always have to go back to the drawing board and try and work out, well, what was wrong here? Did I not select the right patient? Did I select someone who had a lot of psychosocial issues and doesn't have any interest in getting better? Or did I get the diagnosis wrong? The other problem when doing a block, and which ensures the success of the block, is obviously having a very good technical, very good intervention from a technical point of view. And the X-ray that we use will play up with us. I mean, the sources of error, we all know the X-ray beam is not parallel. That would be an ideal situation, in which case the image that we have will completely mimic the reality. It's a cone. So because of that, we will have penumbra, and because of that, we will also have a parallax effect. So we can see that if we move, when I teach my trainees, I say to them, see, if we move the image intensifier up and down the spine, the position of your pointer on the skin will change. In fact, what happened, we just slid the patient table, and you can see how the clippers are now pointing to a different area of the vertebral body. So if you're going to try and start an intervention, you have to insist that once you start, your image intensifier doesn't move up and down the spine, because it will cause you problems. I've also tried to say that a very small distance in a picture, even photographers know that very well, that a small step taken sideways will completely change the position of the objects in the picture. And we can see how this tree had moved from here all the way here. And now we're no longer seeing this tree, which moved behind the these columns. So the picture would completely look out of place. Now, instinctively, we know that. We know because, for example, if you do a knee X-ray, you will say to the radiographer, "Are you joking? Where is this fibula over the tibia? That's not a proper AP picture. This is an AP picture. That's not an AP picture." And surgeons know this very well as well, because, for example, as you can see from this picture, it would look as if the pedicular screws are completely out of their normal placement. And the same thing is here. Whereas what we did do, we looked at the level where we were doing a medial branch block. So don't be fooled by images. Of course, if your image intensifier is not going to go directly perpendicular on the object, you will have a distorted image that you will fail to recognize it as such on the screen. So we did an experiment, I won't bore you with this, but we did an experiment with the spine involving putting many needles and moving the image intensifier. And we found that you can get away, if you move your image intensifier about 1 to 3 centimeter, both in translational movement, that means in this direction, or oblique, and about 1 to 3 degrees. Otherwise, any needles or any implants that you've put in would look out of place. The other problem with nerve root blocks is that they do the dorsal root ganglion. The position of the dorsal root ganglion can be extraforaminal, can be intraforaminal, or intraspinal. So obviously, if you put a needle and you want to apply a radio frequency current, then as in pulse radio frequency, then obviously you may or may not tackle the nerve root ganglion. These are just some technical aspects. Know your X-ray, know your angles of angulation, your direction of movement, and make sure that when you start an intervention, your image intensifier always looks perpendicular on the structure that you are going to tackle. And this would be the position for the lower lumbar nerve roots, which would ensure that you're actually straightening up the vertebral end plates. This picture is to show here that is the best image you can obtain at L5S1. You do have some doubling of the end plate, but that is all you can get. And in the upper lumbar region, you have to face it the other way around. And once you are satisfied that you have two end plates that are completely parallel, then what you need to obtain is your Scotty dog picture. The arrows pointing towards the disc. So this is not the entry point for a nerve root block. So and you know, you have to obviously know your anatomy: superior articular process, transverse process, pedicle, and the interventions done. You transect the pedicle 6 o'clock. That is how I do it. And this is what you would be obtaining in terms of images, contrast spreading inside the spinal canal and along the nerve root, and similarly here, contrast spreading inside the nerve, the spinal canal and along the nerve root. I do continuous fluoroscopy when I inject my contrast and when I inject the injectate, purely because, as we will see in the complication sections, it ensures that your complication intravascular placement of the needle is checked. Now, in terms of evidence, what's the evidence? Well, the problem is people have tried different approaches. Their techniques is different, trying to amalgamate studies that have been done before fluoroscopy to studies that were done with fluoroscopy, virgin backs, operated backs, different levels of pathology, different types of pathology, different outcome measures, and lots of confounding factors. Nearly all of the studies ignored the most important part of your outcome from an intervention, and that is patient expectation, patient understanding of what they've had, and patient psychosocial circumstances. So essentially, there are many studies. The best one come from the Bogduk group, Gareman, that very elegantly demonstrated that transforaminal epidural steroids are superior to intramuscular injection, and superior of steroids, and superior to saline, superior to saline and local anesthetic introduced epidurally. They also demonstrated that if your compression is a low-grade compression, the response is better, which is to be expected. If you have a big juicy disc compressing a nerve root, then you need surgery, not a nerve root block. There are other studies that compared the transforaminal epidural with trigger point injections, and again, they did show to be more successful, and studies that have demonstrated that if you, the Krapin and Ryu studies, more of the patients who have had these minimally invasive interventions opted against surgery. There were also attempts at trying to find out if a preganglionic or a postganglionic injection would be different, and that was based on the slide that I showed earlier about that little disc prolapse that you weren't entirely sure which nerve root it was compressing. And there is some evidence that short-term preganglionic interventions are more successful, but long-term there is no difference. What are there have been lots of systematic reviews, but essentially what we need to know is that what the evidence shows so far is that nerve root blocks are more successful in low-grade compression in people who have pain commensurate with their radiological changes, who do not have spinal stenosis, and who did not have surgical interventions. I'll pass over this translaminar and caudal epidural because hardly anyone is doing translaminar interventions these days, but essentially the level of evidence is level 2, with the exception of caudal epidurals, for which there is level 1 evidence for spinal stenosis and lumbar disc herniation. Now, a lot of people have discussed pulse radiofrequency, and the opinions are split on this. Personally, I think if you're going to access a nerve root and a dorsal root ganglion and you're going to put local anesthetic and steroid, there isn't much to be lost by applying 2 or 4 minutes of a pulse radiofrequency current. There is some evidence that it does help, but the studies have been criticized for their size. They're very small studies, 20, 30. The largest study included about 70 individuals. Essentially, what they found is adding temperature up to about 67 degrees doesn't confer any added advantage. And most of the studies and systematic reviews basically felt that pulse radiofrequency is no better than fairy dust. As I said, I think it's worthwhile trialing. If your needle's there, you might as well. In terms of complications, I think when you start doing interventions, you have to be very careful about complications, and people have looked all these studies here that say the complications are trivial. For example, some of the data, most compelling data, comes from the Manchikanti group. He looked at 10,000 procedures. However, this was done in a clinic where Manchikanti is extremely experienced, his group is extremely experienced, his trainees are supervised, and they're actually going to have a low complication rate. Even in experienced hands, the intravascular placement of the needle goes up to about 11.6%, which is where the need for doing concomitant fluoroscopy when you're doing the injection comes from. There was another study that looked at, again, their own group, and they found a similar rate of about 15.5%. If you don't do continuous fluoroscopy at the time of injection, your intravascular placement is found to be present only in about 2 to 3%. So I can't emphasize more how important it is to actually do continuous fluoroscopy when you put your injectate. In terms of transient neurologic events, again, comes from a study of about 700 people. On those basis, some research studies indicated that you should use this triangle here, the Cambin triangle, rather than the subpedicular approach. Now, once this technique has started to be used more widely, what we did find was a much higher failure rate and also a much higher rate of intradiscal injection, which in itself is almost more dangerous than intravascular placement, which you see and you pull the needle out. If, however, you look at, for example, a survey where people are anonymized and they don't have to, they don't come from, these people had the guts of scrutinizing their own practice because they knew they're going to have a low rate of complications. If you look at catastrophic complications identified by the Scanlon study, he surveyed over 1,300 individuals. Only about 280 replied and had a rate of complication of 27%, out of which he had 16 vertebrobasilar infarcts, 12 cervical spinal cord infarcts, and 2 brain and spinal infarcts. Admittedly, these is for cervical, most of these were obviously cervical interventions, but not all of them. Some of the spinal cord infarcts, I think 1 or 2 were in the a higher lumbar area. So on this basis, we had a systematic review done by Epstein that basically said the risks of these injections outweigh the benefits, don't do them. In conclusion, I think more research is needed. We need more evidence. There is a low rate of complications, but they can be catastrophic. And I think we need to remember that we are dealing with a very complex group of individuals who have a variety of psychosocial problems. that would influence the outcome of therapy. And I think we also have to remember that we do work, under a lot of rules and regulations, and have a background of political agendas, personal and institutional prejudice. And with that, I would like to thank GE, the company that provided X-ray equipment for the workshops that I've been running over the last 16 years, and to Dr. Tordov for doing the entertaining graphics. So thank you very much. I hope I kept time.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hanu Sernat. Yes, you have kept time, and this is another presentation which has done so. And you have been able to put a lot of stuff, a lot of materials in your presentation, which is highly commendable. So I think I finish here, and I would like our moderator, Dr. Mehdi Hassan, to take over from now, so that he can go to the other co-chairperson so that he can start his business. Thank you very much from me, and see you again sometime. Thank you.
Humble request to our speakers. Please stick with your time. And now I request our second chair, Professor Kaysar Ahmed Khandapar, sir, to invite our next speakers.
Hello. Hello, Assalamu alaikum. I welcome everybody, all the participants and the listeners in this conference in Bangladesh. Our next speaker is Dr. Juvia D. Andresaris, and she is from Spain. Our topic is radio frequency facet joint denervation. She is head of pain unit in one of the hospital in Madrid, Hospital Universitario, member of Education Committee, World Institute of Pain, chair of International Committee, Spine Intervention Society, 2016 to 2019. She is examiner of FIPP. I would like her to give her deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your kind words. I don't know if you can hear me. I hope so. I am Javier de Andres. I am the chair of the Iberian section of WAP. If you don't know what's Iberia, Iberia is the union of Portugal and Spain. And I'm going to speak of radio frequency facet denervation. I would like, first of all, to congratulate co-star Sardar for this first international conference on pain, and thank him for inviting me. These are my disclosures. I'm chair of the Iberian section, and I also serve in the Spanish Pain Society in the radiofrequency interest group, Spanish Pain Society, the IASP Spanish chapter. So things have changed through years. Things have got fatter, while other things have got thinner. Also, the relation between the parents in regard of the reports of their daughters and sons have changed through the years. Also, anesthesia residents have changed. When I started my residency in the 90s, I was told not to hear, not to see, and not to speak anything. And now they are totally different. Also, rock and pop stars have changed. These are the Rolling Stones, which are one of my favorite groups, and they have really, really changed. And also devices have changed. You all can remember the old telephones, and now we've got really personal computers on our hand. So what have we changed in facet neurotomy? Well, there have been a better anatomical understanding of the procedure. The devices have really changed. The generator setup has changed. There have also been changes in the diagnosis, as previously said, and also some technical changes in the way the neurotomy was performed, is performed. So anatomical changes. I would like to recommend all the papers by Nick Bogduk and Susan Lord. I think they are one of the best authors that have studied facet joint anatomy and how the radiofrequency is neurotomy is performed. Now we know facet joints are more complex than what we first thought they were. They've got a synovial lining. This is the superior articular process here, and the inferior articular process. And you can see there's also a synovial fold, which is a kind of meniscoid, and sometimes there's liquid inside the facet joints. So if we were to think of a similar joint in our body, we should think about the knee. So imagine all these small, tiny knees on our spine. This is a picture, a histological picture, fantastic picture taken from Maine, from the SOFMMOO, which is the French Society of Musculoskeletal Pain. And we can see many structures here. We can see the vertebra, we can see the vertebral foramen, we can see the intervertebral disc, the vertebral body, the primary ventral ramus coming out from this intervertebral foramen, and also giving a primary dorsal ramus and the medial branch. So medial branch is the most important tissue because it's going to be our target. Also giving the medial branch 2 branches for each facet joint. So this is very important. We've got to take into account that each medial branch innervates 2 facet joints and the other way around.
Excuse me,
yeah.
Can you share your screen? We cannot see. We cannot see the presentation. Please share.
Sorry, I was sharing the screen. Sorry. Sorry.
You haven't shared the screen. Can you do that, please?
Share the screen. Yeah.
You were right. I think, well.
Share the screen. Okay. I thought I was sharing it. Is it okay now? Am I sharing it now?
Yeah. You're good. You're good now.
Okay. Sorry for that. Have you lost all the previous images?
I'm afraid so. Yes. So
what?
Never mind. We heard all you have said, so we'll make an idea of it.
Okay. Perfect. So let's go. Let's restart here. So here it's an image from the SOFMO. Here we can see the vertebral body, the vertebral foramen, vertebral disc, vertebral body, primary ventral ramus, the dorsal ramus, and here the medial branch, which, as I said before, is our target, giving 2 small joint branches for 2 facet joints. So you've got to take into account that each medial branch innervates 2 facet joints, and each facet joint is then innervated by 2 medial branches. That is why we perform this technique multisegmentally. And here you can see the intertransverse ligament, and this is the mamello-accessory ligament. So what on earth is this mamello-accessory ligament, and is it important in facet joint denervation? Well, here you can see the hub where a lot of neural tissue comes out from the spinal cord. It's the union of the superior articular process and the transverse process, as Dalvina said before. And so this particular area is very important because it's where our target is. And there are 2 tiny bony structures here, which are the mammillary process and the accessory process. And in between these 2 bony structures, there's a strong ligament, which is the mamello-accessory ligament. And why is it important? Well, you can see here a picture, Walt Disney picture of the AP view of the mammillary accessory ligament and the lateral view. And why is it important? Well, it is very, very important because every medial branch except the posterior ramus of L5 goes underneath this mamello-accessory ligament. So the mamello-accessory ligament protects the nerve. So if you want to perform a radiofrequency neurotomy and you want to place your target is the medial branch, if you place your needle over the mamello-accessory ligament, you won't perform a neural tissue denervation. You will just be burning this hard ligament. So it's very important to take this into account. Remember, mamello-accessory ligament protects the medial branch. So there have been many changes also in the devices. Okay, this was the first ray electrode. I think it's still used in some places in the United States. It's a 14-gauge electrode without injection port, and that's why they had to perform this technique with a double needle technique. You see here the needles for injecting local anesthetic before performing the radiofrequency neurotomy. But these needles helped. They were called tracking needles. Now we don't use this ray electrode except in some places in the United States. Now we've got new electrodes, new needles with different gauges, sharp needles, blunt needles, curved needles. So we can choose depending on the anatomy and the patient. But is important choosing the proper material for each patient? Yes, indeed. Here you can let us analyze the active tip. Here we are going to perform a radiofrequency neurotomy with a 20-gauge needle, 18 degrees and 2 minutes. We can see the active tip is of 5 millimeters, and we've got a lesion of 6.1 of diameter and 7.5 in height. Here there's a 10 millimeter active tip, and indeed the lesion is bigger. And here a 15 millimeter active tip, the same setup on the generator, and indeed it is bigger. So the bigger the active tip, the better. Does thickness of the needle matter? Yes, indeed. Here, the same thing. This is the study by Kosman, Eric Kosman. And here we are going to perform using a 10 millimeter active tip, 18 degrees, 2 minutes, with a 23-gauge needle. This is the lesion performed with a 20-gauge needle. The lesion is bigger. 20-gauge, lesion bigger. Thicker, 18-gauge, the lesion is bigger. And with a 16-gauge, which is indeed the thickest needle, the lesion is indeed bigger. So the thicker the needle, the less gauge, the better the lesion. Also, we've understood better the way we can set up things in the generator. So we can change many things, but obviously we can change temperature and we can change time. So continue with this Eric Kosman, 20 gauge 10 millimeter active tip performing a lesion of 20 minutes. 60 degrees centigrade will perform this lesion, 70 degrees, a bigger lesion, 80 degrees, a bigger lesion, and 90 degrees, a bigger lesion. So the take-home message would be the higher the temperature, without reaching a boiling temperature, you cannot go up to 120 degrees, the bigger the lesion. And is time setting important? Well, the same thing in minutes. 1 minute lesion with a 20 gauge 10 millimeter active tip, 80 degrees. You can see the different lesions going bigger with in more time. So more time, bigger lesions. But there is something changing because I strongly recommend the paper by Eric Kosman published in Pain Medicine. If you don't have the proper needle, you can change the setup of the generator, or if you have a special needle not so thick, you can change. So you can see here the same lesion with different gauges and different temperatures and time setups. Okay, so it's very important. We've also changed in the facet pain diagnosis. Imaging tests, we know there is no correlation in imaging tests and facet pain. Physical exam is very, very important, but there is also no correlation between physical exam and facet pain. So how can we diagnose lumbar facets as a source of lumbar pain? Well, with medial branch blocks, but medial branch blocks should be properly performed. They should be, here is the hub I said before, with the primary ventral ramus and the primary dorsal ramus giving the medial branch. So if you inject there a high volume, you will be anesthetizing the DRG. Also, you can anesthetize the sympathetic chain. Also, some of the local anesthetic can go epidural, so you won't perform a proper medial branch block. So once placing the needle, you've got to only use a small volume, less than 0.5 ml of local anesthetics. Okay, these diagnostic blocks have been validated by the Bogduk group. They've done this tremendous work validating the technique, which is sometimes very difficult to understand the validation. I think psychologists know a lot of validating tests. And the last thing we've understood better is the position of the needles, which is indeed very important. Here you've got a target nerve with a electrode 10 millimeter active tip, will produce a 2 millimeter lesion going perpendicular to the target nerve. While if we place the electrode, the same electrode, parallel to the target nerve, a 10 millimeter active tip will produce an 8 millimeter lesion. So this is how we used to place the needles before, and now we try to place them parallel following the Spine Intervention Society guidelines. This was thought to be important because the shorter the length of the nerve coagulated, the sooner it would repair, but it wasn't. It was histologically demonstrated, but not clinically demonstrated. And this was part of my PhD, which I defended last year, and I'm very proud because it was published this year. The randomized controlled trial comparing perpendicular thin electrode versus parallel thick electrode approaches for lumbar medial branch. And the conclusion was that there were differences at 6 months in the categorical analysis of the evolution of pain, Oswestry Disability Index, Roland-Morris, and some functional Likert scale, all in favor of the parallel group. So we try to place the needles, place them parallel. This is the recommended references for understanding a little bit more of facet joint pain. This is the Eric Kosman paper, the practice guidelines of the Spine Intervention Society, and also a recently published consensus practice guidelines from Stephen Cohen, with I think the following speaker, Jin Yoon Moon, is going to speak about it. I strongly, strongly recommend. So it has been a long way, but if you strive for excellence, success will follow. So things have changed, as I said before, but there is a thing that has not changed. This is Real Madrid winning the first Euro Cup in 1956 in Paris. And in between, there are 13 Euro Champions League for Real Madrid. And the runners-up are Milan with 7, Bayern Munich 6, and Liverpool 6. Thank you very much for your attention. Sorry for not watching my presentation at the beginning. And if you're thinking of taking the FIPP exam, I strongly recommend, and if you're taking it, good luck in your exam, and please stay safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you, Dr. Jovias Andres Ares, for your practical experience. It appears to me you have done a lot of blocks with this radio frequency modulation. Now, you mentioned here about the size of the needle. The temperature has increased from 60 to 90, and also the time that can be changed with the combination of these three. You can change the size of the lesion. It is thank you for this information. It's nice, and thank you for your deliberation. Now, I'm going to invite Dr. Jae Young Moon from South Korea. He is Associate Professor, Department of Anesthesiology and Pain Medicine, Seoul National University School of Medicine, and she is a Fellow of Interventional Pain Practice. She is also currently Director of the Pain Center in Seoul National University Hospital and Cancer Pain Management. I would like Dr. Moon. I'm going to call Dr. Moon for her deliberation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for introducing me. I hope that everyone can hear my voice clearly. Yeah, can you hear me clearly? Can you share my presentation PPT slides well? Yeah? Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Ji-yeon Moon. I'm an associate professor in the Department of Anesthesiology and Pain Medicine at Seoul National University Hospital in Seoul, South Korea. Well, I'm working as a secretary of the Korean chapter of WIP and also attended as a SIPS examiner in FIPP examination and SIPS examination several times before. Well, first and foremost, congratulations on the Bangladesh Anesthesiology Society holding this wonderful, extraordinary meeting. Also, thank you for having me today. And from now on, I'm going to talk about the consensus practice guidelines for lumbar facet joint pain from a multi-specialty international working group. After the presentation, if you have any questions, please email me. My email address is on the bottom here, jymon0901@gmail.com. Okay, let's get started. First, I want to assure everyone that I don't have any conflict of interest and there will be no discussions on relevant financial relationships of up-level use on this presentation, during the presentation. Okay, before addressing the consensus practice guideline for managing lumbar facet joint pain, we need to discuss some fundamental considerations in this unique pain condition. First, there would be various etiologies in facet joint pain. For example, osteoarthritis inside the joint space itself or medial branch entrapment under the mamello accessory ligament. The problem is that there are no clear correlations between the facet joint pain and the physical examination or imaging studies, as Dr. Javier already discussed in the former presentation. Therefore, the diagnosis of facet joint pain depends on invasive blocks. In detail, double blocks using two different types of local anesthetics with different action durations. At that point, there would be subsequent issues associated with the invasive diagnostic block, which would include a placebo effect, false positive or false negative outcomes after the block. Also, we need to know that after performing medial branch blocks for diagnosis, the standard treatment is still radiofrequency ablation. So we should proceed with several steps from diagnosis to manage the facet joint pain syndrome. Well, with this understanding of the complexity of managing facet joint pain, Dr. Steve Paul Cohen from Johns Hopkins University and Walter Reed Hospital called a meeting to get down to the project, which was for making the consensus practice guidelines on interventions for lumbar facet joint pain. This guideline was published recently in RAPAM this year. Yeah, so for the project, 1 or 2 experts from 14 stakeholder societies attended. For me, it was an honor to participate in the project representing the Korean Pain Society. It was not a meta-analysis nor a systematic review. Therefore, the aims of this study, this guideline, were very practical in developing guidelines for clinical care in managing lumbar facet joint pain. Also, we hope this guideline to improve future research quality and assist payers with authorization decisions. As an initial step, Dr. Cohen and the leading people on the working group selected 17 questions that were clinically crucial in facet joint pain and its interventions. Here in the table, you can look at the 17 questions, which include several items such as the diagnostic and prognostic value of medial branch block or intra-articular injection, and how many prognostic blocks we should perform before radiofrequency ablation, and some pieces of evidence drawing the most effective radiofrequency ablation outcomes, and some strategies to mitigate adverse events after the procedure, etc. Well, among these 17 essential questions, I'm going to discuss only one subject because of the time limitation. That is about the ideal volume for lumbar facet blocks. And I'm very happy because in a former presentation, Dr. Javier already discussed several items of this lumbar facet joint pain and its treatment. So, well, I think that it's enough to discuss about the ideal volume during this presentation. Well, there are some factors affecting injectate spread into a limited space. It includes fluid viscosity, injection velocity, the direction of the bevel tip, and the fluid volume. Well, among these variables, it is not surprising that the volume is most modifiable and predictable factor affecting injectate spread during the facet blocks. Here is the rationale for why we should consider the volume during the facet block. It is because the volume is directly associated with the validity and precise diagnosis of facet joint pain syndrome. Lower volumes can increase the specificity of prognostic facet blocks. On the other hand, the larger volumes could spread to structures other than the target medial branch, perhaps including the surrounding ligaments, intermediate lateral branches, or spinal nerves, or more deeply further, a spinal nerve or epidural space. In these cases, the larger volume can undermine the specificity and positive predictive value of facet block due to increasing false positive rates. Therefore, to improve the sensitivity, specificity, and predictive values of facet blocks, adequate volume is really essential. Regarding the ideal volume for prognostic medial branch block, previous studies have reported no detectable differences in clinical effectiveness stratified by volumes from 0.25 milliliter to 1.0 milliliter. Well, in another study by Dreyfus et al., 0.5 milliliter of contrast media was spread to the posterior back muscles in 100% and neural foramen or epidural space in 16%. Therefore, the Dreyfus and his colleagues suggested a smaller volume, lower than 0.5 milliliter, would be adequate and would be enough for prognostic lumbar medial branch block. Consequently, I conducted a small test for evaluating how far the injectate spread according to the amount of volumes. For this small FUTI study, I mixed local anesthetics with a contrast medium and then started injecting it incrementally from 0.5 milliliter to 1.5 milliliter, and then obtained fluoroscopic images in each injection. In these fluoroscopic images, 0.5 milliliter entirely covered the target area for medial branch blocks. However, using the larger volumes, such as 1 milliliter or 1.5 milliliter, the spreading area was much extensive to other surrounding structures. For example, the lateral intertransversary muscles near the mammallo-accessory ligament, which is one of the pain sources mimicking the facet joint pain. So when we finally checked the lateral image, there was no epidural spread, even when using 1.5 milliliter of contrast medium at each level in this case. So far, we discussed that smaller volume is essential for prognostic and diagnostic lumbar medial branch block. However, does the lower volume always give the right answer in this procedure? What if the small volume would be injected into the blood vessels during the diagnostic facet block? Regarding this question, my colleagues and I investigated the incidence of intravascular injection by different types of spinal needles, such as Kincaid needle and Whittaker needle, and published this study in RAPAM in 2016. In this study, we compared two types of needle, I told you, Kincaid needle and Whittaker needle, and using 0.5 milliliter of contrast medium under a digital subtraction angiography. As seen in this video clip, an intravascular injection was detected quite frequently in almost 10% of all medial branch blocks. Yeah, it's very frequent. And it was more prevalent in the Kincaid needle group, which was about 12% of all injections, than the Whittaker needle group, which was about only 8%. Perhaps, even if intravascular uptake would happen, a part of the injectate would still remain and could again merge the medial branch, resulting in successful diagnostic block. However, if the volume is very tiny, there is a possibility that we cannot obtain a correct result from the prognostic block, which would result in a false negative outcome. Therefore, here is the recommendation with the consensus from the working group. For performing prognostic lumbar medial branch block, 0.5 milliliter of injectate is adequate. It has a grade C recommendation with a low level of certainty. Next, regarding the adequate volume of facet interarticular injection. Unfortunately, we don't have many things to discuss because there is little correlation between interarticular blocks and pain relief due to the high failure rate of interarticular blocks and very poor long-term efficacy of the block. Well, basically, the facet joint is a synovial joint with 1 to 2 milliliter of fluid capacity surrounded by a tough, very rough capsule. Therefore, we can assume that injecting, a high volume into the interarticular space would make the rupture of the joint space sometimes. And it sometimes leads to aggravating the pain. Furthermore, an incorrect block resulting in lateral or medial leakages of local anesthetics could be associated with a false positive outcome due to the spread of injectate into other structures. On the contrary, the same as with the lumbar medial branch blocks, the use of insufficient volumes results in a false negative block for facet intra-articular injection. Therefore, here is the recommendation by the consensus working group that lumbar facet intra-articular injection should be performed with a volume of fewer than 1.5 milliliter to prevent capsular rupture and reduce any spreading to the adjacent structure. It is a grade C recommendation with low level of certainty. Well, yeah, here's the take-home message. So far, we learned one of the 17 questions in the consensus practice guideline on interventions for lumbar facet joint pain, which was the ideal volume for facet joint procedures. Our working group recommends 0.5 milliliter for the lumbar medial branch block and less than 1.5 milliliter for intra-articular injection. We know the specific characteristics of lumbar facet pain syndrome and why we have to consider numerous variables for safe and effective procedures in this unique pain condition. We hope that this consensus guideline could be a blueprint to guide practical care in clinical practice, research field, and making reasonable reimbursement policy in international, a lot of countries. Thank you for listening in your time. I hope you both enjoyed and learned something from this presentation together. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mohan. It was a fantastic explanation how much
thank you so much.
Give for the medial branch block and how much should be for the intra-articular injection. Now, it is so small intra-articular injection. The capacity is so small, so you have rightly discussed that. And if it is precisely on the medial branch, it has to be smaller than that. That is also you have said, which you have done. And so this is very practical and a good lesson to everybody. Thank you very much for your explanation.
Thank
Our
you.
next speaker is Dr. Kok Yan Ho from Singapore. And he is Clinical Director, Pain Management, Raffles Hospital, Greenwood Avenue, Singapore. He is FIPP pain physician, Chair Southeast Asia WIP. And your topic is management of SI joint pain, sacroiliac joint pain. I would invite you for your deliberation, please. Thank you. Dr. Moon, Dr. Yan Ho.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum. Good evening, everyone. And happy Diwali to all our Indian colleagues. Today, we had very interesting talks on radio frequency treatment and on facet joint treatment. And I'm going to shift gears to talk about sacroiliac joint pain. And don't forget that sacroiliac joint is actually one of the common causes of axial low back pain. Now, if you attend a talk among orthopedic surgeons, they will always talk about spondylolisthesis, about discogenic pain. When you attend a pain talk, sacroiliac joint pain as well as facet joint pain becomes something that we see a lot more. So among the 20% of patients having axial low back pain, we actually see a lot more having SI joint pain in those with lumbar fusion done. And in patients with failed back surgery, as many as 30% of them will also have sacroiliac joint pain. So this is the innovation of the SI joint that we have to be familiar with. Most of the innovation comes from the S1 and S1 to S3 nerve roots. And if you look at this picture on the right, what you will see will be a very variable distribution of all the nerves coming out from S1, S2, and S3. The majority coming from these three areas. We also have some branches coming from L5, some from even some from S4. And remember that a lot of the nerve endings are actually found within the capsule of the sacroiliac joint and also in the ligamentous complex that surrounds the sacroiliac joint. The diagnosis is not easy, although typically the patient will tell you that the pain is in the buttock area. Sometimes it would also radiate or refer to the lower lumbar area, but rarely below the knee. And it's in about 10 to 15% of patients, they will also tell you that they feel pain radiating to the groin area anteriorly. When you are examining them, they will always point to this area below the L5 level towards the posterior superior iliac spine. And they will have an area of tenderness just medial to the PSIS. Keep in mind that imaging studies are actually of very low value, although sometimes it's still important to do so to exclude sacral ilitis, which can happen in the younger age group patients who are male. Some of the tests that you can do, so these are the three common ones that I normally do in my practice, the Patrick's or the Faber test, the Genslen and the Yeoman's test. Even with positive tests in all these three physical examination, the positive predictive value is only about 60%. So we still have to consider doing the SI joint injection. And the diagnosis of SI joint injection using an anesthetic block is a level 2 evidence. There should be more than 80% reduction in pain, and the patient should be able to do certain movements that were previously painful when before having the block. So doing one single injection has a high positive rate of up to 50%. And if we do 2 SI joint blocks, we can have a much lower false positive rate. And if the patient consistently to have pain relief, we will proceed with radio frequency ablation. So we heard about injections under fluoroscopy, and this is a picture just to show you how it's done. Always considering that you should tilt the C-arm cranial caudally to square the end plates at L5, S1, and tilt the C-arm to the contralateral side about 10 to 15 degrees. And this is the image of the needle inside the SI joint and the contrast outlining the SI joint. On the lateral view, what you will also see will be the contrast right here within the entire SI joint, showing it nicely. So L5 S1 is here, and you can see this is the outline of the contrast. So what are the challenges of treating the SI joint? Firstly, we know about the posterior innervation, and the posterior innervation is generally where we want to target. But the SI joint also has innervation from the ventral rami from L4 and L5. And unfortunately, we are not able to denervate or treat this innervation, the anterior innervation of the joint. The path and the number of the lateral nerves that come out from the sacral foramen are very variable. And the depth of the branches are also variable. It can be in the ligaments, or it can also run along the bone surface. And we know that nociceptors are present not just in the joint capsule, but also in the ligaments. And finally, pain can come from many reasons. Can be from inflammation, from laxity of the ligaments, or even from degenerative changes within the SI joint. So this is a cadaver study published almost 20 years ago, showing you the lateral branches coming out from the left and the right S1 foramen. So you can see that the distribution of lateral branches are different from between the left and the right, very variable. This is an image on S2. You actually see 2 branches here. and 4 branches on the right, and S3, 1 and 2 on the right. So variable and number of lateral branches makes it technically challenging to completely denervate the SI joint. So when we are considering radio frequency ablation, this is where the SI joints are on the left and the right. And these are the variable innervation coming out from the foramen. And when we want to do a complete RF ablation, we really have to cover all these lateral branches to ensure that there is complete denervation of this joint. So one of the techniques that I have been doing for more than 10 years is cool radio frequency. Now we heard Dr. Javier talk about radio frequency ablation, the time, the temperature, the duration, the temperature, and also the size of the lesion matters in creating a large enough lesion size. So the cooled RF is different in that it allows water to run within the probe, and this creates a much larger lesion size, which is great enough to create complete denervation of the lateral branches. So in this technique, 8 targets are created along the lateral surface of the sacral foramina, including an L5 dorsal ramus lesion. So why cooled RF? So this is how a standard RF probe looks like. It creates a lesion size that's about 4 millimeter in diameter. So if we use a cooled RF probe, we can potentially here by a factor of 8. So a larger diameter volume, a spherical volume that is more efficient and effective in causing lesioning. So this is a very simple picture to show you how the lesion looks like. With a conventional radio frequency, we create an elliptical lesion here, 10 millimeter long, whereas with a cooled radio frequency probe, we are actually creating a spherical lesion that is projecting forward. So not just on the side, but this is projecting forward. And what is the advantage of having a larger lesion size? That will increase the chance of ablating the nerve. So imagine you're using a conventional probe, you may just miss the nerve. If you're using a cooled RF probe, you will have a higher chance of killing the nerve. The other advantage on the SI joint is that we know the surface of the sacrum is very irregular. So by having a cooled RF probe, we can come in from different angles. So it doesn't really matter. You don't have to be perpendicular to the bone surface. As long as there's a spherical lesion, there's a high chance of complete lesioning of the lateral branch. So some studies, this was published 2008. Patients who had a positive block with diagnostic local anesthesia were randomized to 2 groups. One group had cooled radio frequency, the other group had a sham treatment. And patients who did not respond to sham were allowed to go to the RF group, but they were given conventional RF denervation. So they have very strict criteria. Patients must have a more than 50% reduction in their pain. There should be a positive global perceived effect, and there should be an improvement of more than 10 points on the Oswestry Disability Index. So the bars in orange are those in the sham group. You can see that their pain score did not change after treatment, which is to be expected. The bars in blue are the patients who were given cool RF. So pain score reduced after 1 month and maintained all the way to 6 months. So reduction in pain score with cool radio frequency. And when we look at the success criteria, the 3 criteria that we have used. This was the placebo group. The patients who were given cool RF had success, which was about 80% at 1 month, although it dropped to about 57% at 6 months, which was the primary outcome. And we can also see that the crossover group that were given conventional radio frequency similarly had some results, although the success rate was not as high as the cool RF group. This was another trial in 50 over patients with low back pain and positive diagnostic block of the SI joint. They were also randomized to cool RF or to sham. And after 3 months, they were unblinded, and the sham group was allowed to cross over to RF group. So the They defined treatment success differently. It was either a combination of 50% reduction in pain or increase in their bodily pain for SF-36, or a reduction in their disability. So physical function here was used as a success, the definition of success. So sometimes we should not just look at pain score, but we should also look at physical function. So this was the result with a sham group, very little success, although there was some placebo response. The treatment group had almost 50% success rate at 3 months and dropped to about 40% at 6 months. And the crossover group, the patients who were allowed to switch to CoolRF treatment after 3 months, similarly had very good success rate, more than 40%, and maintained at 6 months. So if we look at both groups, the crossover group and the treatment group in totality, we have approximately 60% success at 9 months from the start of the study. So this was our case series that we published looking at the cool radiofrequency treatment, and we were able to collect data up to 2 years from about 20 patients. So pain scores were between a 7 or 8 on average before the procedure, and reduced after 1 month and maintained all the way to score of 3 up to about 2 years. So in general, we tell patients that they can expect about 2 years average pain relief before we may need to consider repeating radiofrequency ablation. And in terms of GPE, global perceived effect, it was positive in more than 80% of patients. And this was a meta-analysis looking at the efficacy of CoolRF in comparison to all the other treatment. Mean pain reduction of about 4. More than 70% were satisfied with their treatment. Very mild side effects like numbness over the surface of the skin, soreness, and some hip pain. So CoolRF is not just the only RF technique that can be used. So this was another method that you can use. This was called the bipolar palisade treatment, where RF needles were placed sequentially so that the bipolar lesions are created just lateral to the sacral foramen. So the aim of treatment for SI joint is always to achieve as much denervation of these lateral branches as possible. And in this study, very similar results. We have more than 70% patients reporting more than 50% pain at 6 weeks, and about 50% at 6 months, although this dropped to only 15% after 1 year. So in summary, I think the diagnosis of SI joint pain is difficult. With physical examination, we only have about 60% positive predictive value. So the gold standard is to do a diagnostic SI joint injection. And if we have more than 2 positive results, more than 80% reduction in pain, we should consider giving patients offering patients radiofrequency ablation. And we know it's technically difficult because of the variable innervation of the SI joint, different depth of the nerves and different numbers of the nerve. So I have shared one of the advantages of performing cooled radiofrequency over conventional radiofrequency. And I thank you very much for your attention, and thank you to your organizers for allowing me to share our findings with you.
Hello. Thank you, Doctor, for a very nice presentation. As till now we didn't have any question in our chat box. So now I request our chair, Professor Qazi Mesbauddin Iqbal sir, to give his comments on our session.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Mehdi Hasan. I will make very short comments on the first 2, which I introduced. The first one done by Dr. Malhotra, it seems that he has touched the points. The ISRA and ASRA recommendations that elderly patients with multiple comorbidity are susceptible, and patients with chronic opioid therapy and also steroids are also had immune suppression. That means worsening the COVID-19 condition anyway. So these are the issues which has been addressed by Dr. Malhotra. But the other thing is that there's thing called urgent procedure or semi-urgent procedure. What we're going to do about it. So I think there are also guidelines on that. And lightly, though, it has been touched, and we have to be a bit concerned about that there will always be urgent need for patients, especially those who are on intrathecal pump and others where the machine failure is there. So you need to do that. He said the radio frequency is safer, which I also agree. I'm not an expert on radio frequency anyway, but I would agree. The second paper is an interesting one. Why it is interesting is because this needs expertise to do whatever has been done. It's not really one of those hunky-dory procedures that you do and get away with it. You need a lot of expertise, and there are concerns as shown by the presenter, concerns on the pitfalls. The imaging can be tricky and it has to be correct. So there you are. There are problems with it, but nevertheless, the expert ones can do it properly. I'm sure it's been done by the experts everywhere, and they're quite satisfied with their results. Thank you very much for both of the speakers, and I will take the liberty of saying you goodbye. Thank you, and my chairperson will be addressing the rest of the thing.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Now I request Dr. Kaisar Ahmed Khandakar sir to give his overview for this session.
By the time Dr. Kaisar comes, me and Dr. Delvina will like to thank Professor Qazi Iqbal sir for your comments and for endorsing our opinion. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure interacting with you all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you from here.
Dr. Sylvia, thanks. Radio frequency it was a fantastic lecture, very informative. Faster radio frequency innovation. That means one has to be very accurate. Faster now, instead of going into the joint itself, and that lesion, making the lesion depends on, as you said, depends on the temperature of the radio frequency apparatus, the time, and the type of the needle. And the lesion could be big, could be small. The big lesion that can cured the problem, the pain. Now, the proper identification of the nerve will be, the median branch will be very important. Now, if you have got I don't think we have got these facilities in here, but obviously it will be here soon, and then we can do it ourselves. Thank you very much for your one. The speaker, Dr. Moon from South Korea, it was very informative. It's nicely spoken about the consensus practice guideline. It has been always difficult for anything to have a consensus guideline. There will be a different opinion always. I know on this one, there are controversies, how many treatment you need before going to radio frequency ablation, or how long, what is the outcome, is it positive or negative outcome before going, you have to assess that. Now, you mentioned about adequate amount is the 0.5 ml for medial branch ablation, and for the intra-articular injection is 1.5 ml is the adequate. I think medial branch ablation is more appropriate, that is what I think, than going for the intra-articular 1.5 ml. Thank you for your informative deliberation. Dr. Ho Kian Ho, you mentioned about SI joint, the denervation of the lateral branch. Now, usually, without this thing, denervation, the normal average treatment in most of the places is to identify the SI joint and give the local injection with cortisone. If one injection doesn't help, it has to be given in two places, in the upper part and the lower part. But obviously, radio frequency lesion or killing the nerve is more useful and more appropriate treatment. Now here it says the sham treatment, the cool radio frequency treatment is better than the sham. You have shown it there. I think we have got no problem to accept that. Thank you. Thank you for participation. Thank you for your patience. And you have delivered, you have given us quite a bit of knowledge, and we have become, every day we have become wiser. I'm sure we are more wiser now about the SI joint pain relief. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We are at the end of the session. We are very grateful to all speakers for their informative talk, and thanks to our chair for giving us time. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I think it's time to move for the next session. I invite Dr. Javed to come on the stage and take the floor. Dr. Javed.
Thank you, Dr. Mohammad Mehdi Hassan. Dear respected chairperson, faculties, speakers, and participants from home and abroad, Assalamu alaikum and good night, everyone. I am Dr. Mohammad Javed, Assistant Professor, current charge, Department of Anesthesiology, Pain Medicine and Intensive Care Unit, and now attached to as a Deputy Program Manager, Hospital Services Management, Directorate General of Health Services. I also working as a Office Secretary of Bangladesh Society of Anesthesiologists. Now I moderating the session. At first, I welcome to all in first International E-Conference on Pain 2020. And I want to introduce and humbly request for chairing the today's session. Country's one of the legend anesthesiologists, our mentor, our icon, teacher, guide, beloved and respected Professor Muhammad Khalilur Rahman sir. Please, as big hands for Khalilur Rahman sir. Our another chairperson for today's session, she is legendary anesthesiologist, our mentor, icon, and guide, beloved and respected Madam, Professor Fakhrunnisa Madam. She will join in webinar today in our session. In today's session, there is total 4 topics. At first, trigeminal neuralgia and Gazerian ganglion, radiofrequency neurolysis, and CISS or Fiesta MRI may be increased interventionalist confidence. Our another topic is cluster headache, and next sympathetic pain management, and last one is pain in sickle cell disease. Actually, due to shortness of time and for smooth continuation of the session, I would like to request my honorable speaker will try to complete their papers within 15 minutes in time. I will give a signal for every 13 minutes for each session and each topics. And I humbly request to our speaker, please complete their session or paper just in 15 minutes on time strictly. And after that, there is question and answer session in the chat box. Now I want to request our today's session honorable speaker. Our first speaker is Dr. Mehboob Lajevardi. He is from Iran, Director of Chronic Pain, Sina Hospital, Department of Anesthesiology, Faculty of Medicine, Tehran University of Medical Sciences, Director ASA Pain Clinic, Milad Hospital, Iran. He cleared his FIPP in 2017. Our another speaker is Dr. Syed Mahmood Ali from Pakistan, Associate Professor, Sheikh Zayed Hospital from Lahore, General Secretary, Pakistan Society of Interventional Pain Medicine. He passed his FIPP from USA 2019. Arif Gadi from UK. He is Treasurer, UK section, WIP. And last one speaker, Dr. Irini Kourokouli from Greece, Chair of the Mediterranean section of WIP, Anesthesiologist, Director of Anesthesiology, Department and Pain Clinic, Hippocratio General Hospital of Athens, Greece. Okay, now we are going to start our session, and today's session, I humbly request our first speaker, Dr. Mehboob Lajevardi from Iran, to request to deliver his presentation. He is talking about trigeminal neuralgia. Please unmute yourself and start. Dr. Mehboob Lajevardi.
Hello.
Hello. Hi.
Hi, how are you? Thank you for your invitation, and thanks a lot about the culture and just a minute. Okay. I'm Dr. Mehboob Lajevardi. You have heard me? Hello?
We can hear you. Dr. Mehboob Lajevardi, please continue.
Thank you very much. I'm Dr. Mehboob Lajevardi. I'm an anesthesiologist and pain fellowship, FIPP member from Sina Hospital, Tehran Medical University, and also Pain Clinic from Rainy, Tehran. My suggestion is trigeminal neuralgia and gastric ganglion RF neurolysis. CSPS MRI maybe increases interventionalist confidence. A short story about the anatomy and the trigeminal neuralgic pattern in patients. By the trigeminal neuralgia, as you know, is a fifth cranial pair. It's a sensory and motor nerve consisting of a large sensory root and a small motor root. The sensory root transmitted sensory information from the unilateral hemicycle and is divided into 3 branches, which correspond to 3 different skin areas. In a brain, the nuclei of cranial nerve tips have broad distribution over the brain stem and the upper cervical spine. That named caudalis trigeminus nucleus, or nucleus of caudalis trigeminus, around the C2 to cervical spine. This explains why cervical medulla, bulbar, pons, and mesencephalic lesions can be responsible for cranial nerve 5 neuralgia. After this, we saw the root of cranial nerve fifth emerge from the pons and follow pathway between the base of cister to Meckel cave. The fold of dura mater containing cerebrospinal fluid around this area within Meckel cave, we find gaseous ganglion that the target of pain specialist is this gaseous ganglion, which correspond to the division of the root of cranial nerve teeth into 3 branches. This picture illustrated the distribution of sensory in V1, V2, and V3, and the motor distribution, that temporalis muscle, lateral and medial petroglyph muscle, masseter muscle, and anterior belly of the digastric muscles innervated by motor branches of V3. V1 branches crosses the superior orbital fissure and presents a pathway within the orbit. This is the superior orbital fissure. V2 branches at the end of the cavernous sinus branches exit from the foramen roten dome and petricopalatine fossa, and then the infraorbital canal. This is the foramen roten dome. As you know, the foramen roten dome only can reach by CT slide, and by X-ray it's very difficult to distinguish the foramen roten dome from the other foramen in the base of the skull. And V3, this is the familiar with pain specialist that is passed from the foramen oval and exit the Meckel cave. Therefore, cranial nerve V3 root does not cross the cavernous sinus. This is the picture of my patients. This is the foramen oval. In my practice and in my general hospital, we saw 3 types of trigeminal neuralgic patients. Typical trigeminal neuralgia, as you know, typical trigeminal neuralgia is characterized by episodic unilateral lancetating and triglyval, often shock-like facial pain and pain-free intervals. Trigeminal neuropathic pain could be defined as constant unilateral facial pain of variable intensity, is not triggerable and unremitting. I see this type in multiple sclerosis patients. Atypical trigeminal neuralgia is overlap syndrome with both episodic and constant pain. Patients with clear pathology of trigeminal system often have sensory loss and atypical pain. For pathology of trigeminal neuralgia, neoplastic vascular inflammatory, malformative, and post-traumatic reasons are notable. Trigeminal neuralgia can be caused by multiple lesions on the pathway of the fifth cranial nerve pain, from sensory of nuclei in the brain to up to the skin. Demyelinating zone with aberrant remyelinization and creation of neoreceptors that ectopic flux maybe the neurovascular compression causes ischemia, hemorrhage, meningitis, carcinomatous meningitis, and neurosarcoidosis, and pontine infraction. I must be attention you that I have 2 cases with pontine infarction and typical trigeminal neuralgia pattern. Metastasis, perineural extension, lymphoma, carcinomatous meningitis, and schwannoma, especially schwannoma. But most oftenly, neurovascular compression syndrome of cranial nerve fifth is usually caused by neighboring elongated such arteries, such as superior cerebral artery, anterior inferior cerebral artery, basilar and vertebral arteries, persistent trigeminal artery, and AV malformation and petrous sinus. Proximal and distal petrosal sinus may be contact with a small part of the nerve in a Meckel's and create a neurologic pattern in patients. In CNS, central nervous system, oligodendrocyte is responsible for myelination, and PNS the schwannom. For this reason, I think when the decompression is performed, the patient suffering from trigeminal neuralgia in a recovery room, patient can be feel a free pain pattern. But in the spine, such as spinal cord stenosis after surgery, the pain persists for months or years. This is for root entry exit zone vs transition zone in fifth cranial nerve. This zone about 2 to 5 millimeter, but for cranial nerve 8, this transition zone further along the nerve around 10 millimeter. In most patients with classic trigeminal neuralgia, surgical decompression of the cranial nerve fibers produce immediate intraoperative improvement in nerve conduction and rapid symptom relief. This phenomenon is thought to reflect the reversal of a compression-induced conducting blockage in large myelinated fibers outside. Many articles you can find in PubMed and scientific articles about the MRI and assistance of MRI for diagnosis of microvascular decompression or other modalities to reduce the pain or cure the patients. Such article you can see here: trigeminal pain, potential role of MRI, preoperative demonstrating of neurovascular compression characteristic with special emphasis on a degree of compression using high-resolution magnetic resonance imaging, and severity analysis of neurovascular contact in patient with trigeminal neuralgia, assessment with the inner view of 3D MRI, cysternogram, and angiogram fusion imaging. In my college, we used the CSDI-MRI, three-dimensional fast imaging employing city-state acquisition or three-dimensional 3D constructive interference in STD state to track the nerve, gastric ganglion, and CSF around the ganglion. This is the report of brain MRI with CSF first in Tehran by Dr. Tagilu for a 62-year-old female with right face pain with classic trigeminal neuralgic pattern. As you see, there is a report about the res or region and the deformity of the nerve with displacement by the heterosal sinus. So I and our college contribute the diagnosis block of trigeminal neuralgia for this patient. And if the diagnostic block is performed and good, we perform the RF neurolysis. As you see, after find the foramen oval and the injection of the contrast media, you can see that the contrast media flew to the jugular vein because the proximal petrosal sinus compressed the nerve. Then this patient got the surgery for microvascular decompression. Radiofrequency rhizotomy, percutaneous rhizotomy, balloon compression, gamma knife radiosurgery, partial sensor rhizotomy, and non-destructive procedures such as microvascular decompression and RF neurolysis was performed in this patient. And as you see, by MRI and CSAM Fiesta, we can choose each patient. Maybe
Are you here, Dr. Mahmoud Lajawardi? Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Dr. Mahmoud Lajawardi? I think he is disconnected from our session. May I request now our second speaker, Dr. Syed Mahmood Ali from Pakistan. His topic is clustered headache. Dr. Syed Mahmood Ali. Can you hear me, Dr. Syed Mahmood Ali?
Yeah, thank you so much, Jabir. Can you hear me?
Yes, please continue. Thank you.
Thank you so much for giving me opportunity. First of all, I am especially thankful to Professor Kausar Sardar and congratulations to British Society of Anesthesiology to arranging such a mega event. And happy evening. First of all, I am Dr. Syed Mahmood Ali and working as Associate Professor Anesthesia, Sheikh Zayed Hospital, Lahore. Today, I'm going to discuss about the cluster headache. Although headache about this is one of the most common feature, and half to 3/4 of adults aged 18 to 65 years in the world have headache in the last year, and not only this headache painful but also disabling. And in 2013, it's the Global Burden of Disease study that headache disorder collectively were about the third highest. And this not only impact the economy because of the insurance policies and the absent from their duties. Headache, basically headache is that pain arises from the head and upper neck of the body. The pain originates from the tissue structure that surrounds the skull. That is the primary headaches. They are a collection of chronic illness, not attributed to a cause, characterized by repeated acute exacerbations, sometimes warrant an emergency department visit. As we talk about the primary headache, the most common, as we all know, that is the tension type headache. This is followed by the migraine. And on the third one is the trigeminal autonomic system. The most common subtype is cluster headache. And I personally believe that this is because of underestimated and undiagnosed cases. Trigeminal autonomous cephalgia share the clinical features of unilateral headache, prominent cranial parasympathetic autonomous features, which are lateralized and ipsilateral to the headache. These symptoms appear to activate the normal human trigeminal parasympathetic reflex. And about the aura phase that is typical to migraine, it can be seen, but it is really associated with trigeminal autonomous cephalgias. It has many names, and we all know one of the most of the people know by suicidal headache, Slutter's neuralgia, saphenopalatal neuralgia, Porton's headache. These are all the names that is given to cluster headache, and I think it's one of the severe pain patient has ever experienced. Cluster headaches are excruciating attack of pain in one side of the head and often felt around the eye. There are a lot of attacks of severe unilateral pain, which is orbital, supraorbital, temporal, or in combination of these sites, lasting 15 to 180 minutes. Occurring from once every other day to 8 times a day. And these are the specificity and these are the features of the cluster headache. And these are important to make a diagnosis of headache. The headaches are associated with one or more of the following: all ipsilateral conjunctival injection, lacrimation, congestion, rhinorrhea, forehead, facial swelling, and myosistosis or eyelid edema. These are the unique, and as we know, these are to be diagnostic. These are the part of the diagnostic criteria, and the diagnostic criteria of cluster headache is at least 5 attacks fulfilling B to D. That is severe or very severe unilateral orbital, supraorbital pain lasting 15 to 180 minutes, either one or both of the following features like conjunctival injection, nasal congestion, eyelid edema, forehead swelling, miosis, or sense of restless or agitation. Occurring with a frequency between 1 other day and 8 per day, not better accounted for by another International Headache Society classification. Usually headache, it is divided into 2 parts, that is episodic, this is the more common one, and the chronic cluster headache. Episodic, in which at least 2 cluster phases lasting 7 days or 1 year are separated by a cluster-free interval of 1 month or longer. And about the chronic cluster headache, in which the clusters occur more than once a year without remission, or the cluster-free interval in short than 1 month. The chronic form of disease may develop de novo or may evolve from episodic cluster headache. And a little bit about the pathophysiology. As we all know, this is incompletely understood. The periodicity of attack suggests the involvement of biological clock within the hypothalamus with central disinhibition of the nociceptive and autonomic pathways, specifically the trigeminal nociceptive pathway. Functional hypothalamic dysfunction has been confirmed by abnormal metabolism based on N-acetyl-aspartate neural marker in magnetic resonance spectroscopy. Some of people's and some studies shows this because of vascular dilation, but flow studies are inconsistent. Some are with the histamine release, but antihistamine do not have about cluster headaches. Exact cause, as I discussed, is not known, but it has seen in many families, maybe because of genetic predominance. It occurs more in male. Incidence rises after 30 years of age, and it is seen especially with heavy smoker and alcoholics. Occasionally, patients develop cluster headache after previous head trauma or surgery. Clinical features. Attacks of cluster headache are typically short, occur with clear periodicity, particularly during sleep or early morning hours, usually corresponding with the onset of rapid eye movement sleep. In most patients, the first cluster of attack, the cluster period persistent on average for 6 to 12 weeks, is followed by remission lasting for months or even years. Typically, a patient experiences 1-2 cluster periods per year. Pain is accompanied by various cranial parasympathetic system, as we discussed about the lacrimation, nasal stuffiness, ipsilateral eyelid edema, miosis, ptosis, and ipsilateral forehead facial perspiration. About the investigation, it's a clinical diagnosis, and as such, no investigation are helpful. Just these are done to rule out the other causes. Like some imaging studies are found in patients with atypical episodic cluster headache, really cluster headache can be associated with underlying intracranial neural structural lesions. Therefore, it is recommended to obtain a contrast-enhanced brain MRI scan to help reassure that patient the extremely painful attacks are not due to some major abnormality. And this is one of the important things, and we have to make sure the reassurance of the patient that the pain is because of some benign nature, and though that pain is very unbearable. And about the treatment, we have to go to a step-by-step, like pharmacological management. In pharmacological, we further divide into abortive agent are given to stop and reduce the severity of acute cluster headache. Prophylactic agents are used to reduce the frequency and intensity of individual headache exacerbation. You can control the headache, but you can't cure it. About the abortive agent, the most important and the most successful is triptans. It's a self-administered injection. You need usually subcutaneous somatriptan is a dose of 6 milligram, effectively abort cluster headaches. You can increase the dose within the 24 hours. Some other drugs are also available, like somatriptan, and somatriptan are also available in the form of nasal spray, and they are equally effective. And these are usually given by subcut, intravenous, or nasal route because of pain is severe and it takes time to reach the drug from the gastrointestinal tract. Another unique feature about the cluster headache that it responds very well to the oxygen, pure oxygen, at a rate of 7 to 10 liters per minute. It's relatively fast acting in providing pain relief amongst most sufferers. It should be inhaled continuously for 15 to 20 minutes using a non-breathing mask. And about the lignocaine, its liquid form can be given either nasal drop or nasal spray deep into the nostril on the painful site. About the prophylactic agent, the short-term prophylactic agent that give quick control of the frequent attack, but not suitable for long-term use because of their side effects, and long-term preventive agent designed for long-term management. If we talk about the short-term preventive medicine, the steroids are the most effective and fast-acting. Usually, these treatments are given for 3 weeks, maximum dose 60 milligram, once a day for 5 days, and then you could taper off. Because of this side effect, as we all know, we have to monitor the blood sugar level and complications as well. So this is used for the short-term management. Same with the ergotamine, is very helpful in the short-term prevention of those attacks that predictably occur at the same time of the day and night. 1 to 2 milligram is taken either at bedtime or about an hour before an attack is due. Long-term preventive measure, that the verapamil, the calcium channel blocker, This is the most preferred drug, and doses from 240 milligram to 960 milligram per day is very effective. The strength of tablet is increased every 2 weeks until it is effective in stopping cluster headache. Or you reach a maximum dose of 960 milligram. Another drug that is lithium, but cautious in renal and thyroid patients. So starting dose should be 300 milligram twice a day, and usually benefit achieved at the 1600 to 600 to 1200 milligram per day. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, hear you. You can.
Sodium valproate, topiramate, gabapentin, and melatonin are also effective. And to talk about the nerve block, that is the intervention, and occipital nerve block, ipsilateral is have shown a successful result. You can give a diagnostic block, and if it is successful, you can go for pulse RFA or retrooccipital nerve stimulation. Other thing is the cephalopalatine ganglion block is a parasympathetic block. It's a very shown a good result. We will discuss. That is a occipital nerve block. That is you can give occipital nerve just medial to the occipital artery or at the junction of medial 1/3 and later 2/3 from the greater mastoid process to occipital protuberance. Cephalopalatine ganglion block, that is in the palatine fossa. It has, you can go through transnasal topical agent. The catheter are both inserted along the anterior nasal passage and up to the middle turbinate from the dependent on which side you have to block. Another approach is infazygomatic approach under fluoroscope guided. You can, as you can see, okay, this is the cephalopalatine fossa and the ganglion, and this is in the AP view. It's in the lateral wall of the nasal septum. Your stimulation, with stimulation, it should have a pain on the base of the nose. You can either go for the thermal conventional RFA or with the pulse RFA. Pulse RFA is less destructive, as we have discussed these things. And with the patients who do not respond to conventional pharmacological methods, interventions, then surgery is an option. Used among sufferers who have tried all preventive and abortive treatment. The present surgical options for cluster headache are occipital nerve stimulation implant, deep brain stimulation, cephalopalatine ganglion implant, transcutaneous vagus nerve stimulation, that is a gamma core, and these lead to the cervical nerve stimulation. Is a fairly new treatment that uses low voltage electric current to stimulate a nerve in the neck. These are the references, and this concludes my presentation. Thank you so much, all of you, and this is my email address. If you have any query, you can ask me. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Syed Mahmood Ali from Pakistan, for your nice and elaborating presentation. Now, I would like to request our another honorable speaker, Dr. Arif Ghazi from UK. He is talking about sympathetic pain management. Dr. Arif Ghazi from UK. Can you hear me? Oh, I think he is still not joined with us. Later he will join with us, I think. So now may I request our last one speaker, honorable speaker, Dr. Irini Korokuli from Greece, to deliver her presentation. She is talking about pain in sickle cell disease. Dr. Irini Korokuli from Greece. Thank you.
Hello, everybody.
Yes.
Could you please, the previous presenter has to close his presentation because I cannot share mine.
Okay, continue, please.
Yes. I cannot share my presentation because the previous hasn't downloaded his presentation.
Sorry.
I cannot share my presentation
Oh,
because the previous presenter hasn't downloaded his presentation.
okay, okay. Just a minute. I do. Okay.
Oh, the previous slide is still there.
Okay, now you continue.
Okay, okay. Okay, okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Dear colleagues, good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank Professor Serdar for the kind invitation. It is a great honor for me to participate in the first international conference organized by Bangladesh Society of Anesthesiologists. My topic is pain in sickle cell disease. Sickle cell disease is inherited from a person's parents. It is characterized by the production of abnormal hemoglobin S, and which results in an abnormality in the oxygen-carrying protein hemoglobin S found in red blood cells. This leads to a rigid sickle-like shape RBC under certain circumstances. Acute painful episodes are the most common reason to seek medical attention for these patients, the commonest cause of hospitalization. Meanwhile, its frequency is underestimated. Unfortunately, there are no evidence-based guidelines for the treatment of SCD-associated acute pain episodes, neither at hospital nor at home. Concerning its epidemiology, in a prospective study, in 95% of patients, one pain episode per year was referred. In 5% of patients, more than 3 pain episodes per year were referred. However, many patients who had pain episodes do not seek medical attention. From other studies, the conclusions are that pain was the rule rather the exception in SCD, despite relatively infrequent emergency department or office visits for pain control, as it is mostly managed at home. Concerning the clinical features of a typical painful crisis, patients experience sudden onset of pain in the low back or in one or more joints or one of the extremities. The pain may be localized or migratory and is continuous or throbbing. It can be characterized as acute, chronic, neuropathic, or mixed. Concerning acute pain in SCD, it may occur throughout the lifespan and is presented as unpredictable episodes of sharp and or throbbing sensations with sudden or gradual onset. It is caused by vaso-occlusion, which leads to hypoxia, ischemia, and eventually tissue damage, followed by chronic vascular inflammation. However, physiologic mechanisms remain incompletely understood. It is a combination of hypoxia, reperfusion injury, ischemic tissue damage, and inflammation that makes the pain of SCD unique. Let's go through the chronic pain in SCD. It is characterized as deep, achy, and persistent in nature. It typically lasts 3 or more months, and its sources can be bone infraction, avascular necrosis of joints, back pain from disc protrusion into vertebral bodies, leg ulcers, and chronic osteomyelitis. It may occur secondary to clear pathophysiologic events, including avascular necrosis and leg ulcers, or as a result of persistent or frequently occurring acute painful episodes that are inadequately treated over time. Investigators postulate that chronic pain may involve a process of central sensitization in which the pain threshold is decreased and hyperalgesia ensues. Patients suffering from chronic pain in NCD, they rarely require hospital admission, except when a painful crisis is superimposed on the chronic pain, or if the underlying condition is associated with severe infection that requires parenteral antibiotics, as may happen in leg ulcers. Concerning neuropathic pain, it is characterized by spontaneous and ongoing numb, lancinating, burning, shooting, or tingling pins and needle sensations with amplified pain responses after noxious or non-noxious stimuli. Its severity is also enhanced by exposure to either cold or heat. It arises as a result of nerve injury or dysfunction, peripherally or centrally. Anecdotally, neuropathic pain in SCD may be the result of tissue damage after vasoocclusion of blood vessels of nerves, vasa vasorum. The most common cases of neuropathic pain in patients suffering from SCD are mental nerve neuropathy, trigeminal neuralgia, acute paroxysmal medial mononeuropathy, and orbital infraction. Concerning mental nerve neuropathy, this is the most commonly reported case. It is characterized by numbness of the chin with mandibular bone pain. It results from nerve ischemia because of mandibular bone infraction. It is more common in female. Factors that may worsen the severity of SCD pain include insufficient use of opioid analgesia due to side effects or concerns about opioid dependence, neuropathic pain, hypoventilation, insomnia, and decreased fluid intake due to pain. As typical precipitating factor, referred cold temperature, dehydration, overexertion, hormonal changes such as onset of menses, and exposure to tobacco, smoke, wind, air pollution, and asthma exacerbation have also been implicated. Most individuals with SCD become aware of triggers for vasoocclusive pain and developed strategies to avoid or minimize these triggers. Concerning their location, main location of pain are long bones, abdomen, and chest. According to a study, about 60% of patients referred pain in upper back and left arm, about 30% in right arm and legs, and 26% and 12% referred pain in abdomen and lower back, respectively. Concerning the assessment of pain, this is based on the patient's report. Unfortunately, there is no combination of clinical and laboratory findings. Acute pain should be assessed rapidly to facilitate appropriate analgesia and determine whether other conditions are present, such as chest syndrome. Let's go through the management of acute pain in SCD. And I start with home management, which is the most frequent setting for acute pain in these patients. They are advised to a stepwise approach to match therapies with pain severity according to ladder. Patients not receiving chronic opioids start with non-opioid therapy for mild pain, followed by opioids of escalating strength, usually short-acting. Individuals who require long-acting opioids should have additional short-acting medication for breakthrough pain. Paracetamol, it's an agent which may be opioid-sparing, but it can cause hepatotoxicity in chronic or acute overdose. It interacts with warfarin, isoniazid, and other agents, and it warns patients about paracetamol content in combination prescription, such as oxycodone paracetamol and tramadol paracetamol. Going through to NSAIDs, which are effective for acute and chronic painful and inflammatory conditions, they may also decrease opioid requirements, but they have side effects we all know, which are those which is gastropathy, renal impairment, reversibly inhibit platelet function, etc. Concerning COX-2 inhibitors, they have a relative reduction in GI toxicity compared with non-selective NSAIDs. They have no effect on platelet function, and concerning cardiovascular and renal risks are dose-related and appear similar to those of non-selective NSAIDs. Patients with indication for cardioprotection require aspirin supplement. Individuals may require concurrent gastroprotection in this case. Concerning management of pain in emergency department, they only present to, this patient only present to ED when their pain has exceeded what they can manage at home with oral opioids. Acute pain should be treated as soon as possible in less than 30 minutes waiting time with rapid reassessment after initial opioid dosing. With the proposed agents are intravenous morphine and fentanyl. If pain is not relieved with more than 2 doses, then hospitalization for round-the-clock parenteral analgesics is indicated, using PCA program that allows additional demand dosing. Attention should be paid to breakthrough pain, hydration status, and potential opioid complications, which are gastrointestinal effects, sedation, respiratory suppression, and pruritus. Concerning weaning of opioids and discharge, no weaning of opioids is suggested in the first 24 hours unless there are side effects such as respiratory depression and increased lethargy. Wean patients during the day when appropriate assessment of pain can be performed. Wean off opioids incrementally, about 10 to 20% of the opioid dose at a time. Opioids should be weaned by decreasing the dose rather than by increasing the interval between doses. Conversion to oral pain medication should occur when the intravenous dose roughly is equivalent to home doses of oral medications. Which agents are not suggested? Meperidine ketorolac due to potential toxicities and lack of additional effect. Transfusion is not indicated for uncomplicated vaso-occlusive pain in the absence of symptomatic anemia or other complications. There is insufficient evidence to support the use of magnesium, glucocorticoids, or NO for acute painful episodes in SCD. Concerning management of chronic pain, it is largely conducted by the patient at home. It is individualized according to the causes, intensity, and duration. It's usually treated with long-acting or control-release opioids. There is less use of short-acting opioids for breakthrough pain. In addition to long-acting analgesic, it has to be paid attention to psychosocial support and therapies targeted at the neuropathic pain component. Concerning adjuvant therapies, which are important component of the management of acute and chronic pain, these therapies are supplement to analgesic rather than replace them, and are psychological support, local therapies such as heat packs, hydration, deep tissue damage, while ice packs and cold compresses should be avoided because they may precipitate sickling, treatment of insomnia and neuropathic pain. Additionally, strategies to reduce the frequency and intensity of pain episodes include use of hydroxyurea therapy. An individualized care plan tailored to the needs of the patient are discussed with the hematologist on an outpatient basis when patient is feeling well. The benefits of hydroxyurea for preventing pain typically do not occur until at least 3 months after starting therapy. And I would like to finish my presentation with some thought concerning opioid use disorders and opioid dependency. Large academic centers in the United States of America and Europe have reported evidence of substance abuse in 0 to 9% in patients with SCD. The incidence in comparable populations without SCD is 6 to 9%. Thus, the primary focus on treating pain in SCD should be relief of pain rather than withholding medication because of the concern about drug dependency. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Eniko Rikoli from Greece, for your nice and elaborating presentation. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Arif Ghazi from UK. He is Treasurer, UK section, WIP. He is talking about sympathetic pain management. Dr. Arif Ghazi from UK. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you. Please continue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to check how to share my screen, if you'll bear with me one moment. So I'm just going to on there.
Hello, can you hear me?
I'm attempting to share my
Okay.
screen.
Oh.
I apologize. So if you could just bear with me for a moment while I attempt to. Are you seeing my screen at the moment? Hello?
Please continue.
Are you able to see my slide?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, good. Okay. So thank you very much for inviting me. My name's Arif Ghazi. To give you a background, I am involved with chronic pain as a clinical lead for pain services based at a London teaching hospital. I work in a multidisciplinary team environment, and I want to give an overview of treating sympathetic mediated pain. To illustrate my examples, I'm going to use the examples of chronic pelvic pain because I work in a multidisciplinary team with the urology gynecologist. I also get referred pain through cancer pain, and in my center, which is a large liver transplant center, there's also a lot of visceral pain which is mediated through the upper abdomen. So a lot of the techniques that I'm going to describe will cover those areas, but just because I'm very conscious of the time, I'm going to focus my discussion around pelvic pain. My intention is to give an overview of the evidence-based multidisciplinary management of chronic pain. Often in the pain service, we are very much in our training and our experience focused on the needle part of it, but I'd like to also give an illustration to some of the inputs from my other team members. I'm privileged to work in a multidisciplinary team which involves pain specialist nurses, pain specialist physiotherapists, and clinical psychologists. So I'd like to give some information on those. So firstly, often it is important to clarify which group of patients we are happy to see and which group of patients we're not so happy to see. And I think one of the areas of confusion is when there is an unclear diagnosis, and often there are, the outcomes are awaiting several investigations or indeed surgical intervention. So whilst if we're in close working dialogue, it is acceptable to have early referrals whilst we can be involved with the pathway. Sometimes it's more helpful to wait until a diagnosis has been established. This is relevant, you know, going back a good sort of 8 years, IASP was describing a global year against visceral pain. And this is something that is an ongoing process to increase awareness to our colleagues to refer early. Chronic pelvic pain, the definition has been described in the slide that you see there. And as you can see, there's quite an important psychological overlay here. And that is, I would argue, just as important to tackle rather than just the physical aspect. It is important to exclude infection and other causes. I've given UK numbers, but one of the challenges with this area of pain is that it's vastly underreported, and certainly once an awareness reaches our colleagues in other disciplines, you will find that the referral pathway will increase. It is important in that regard to, and certainly in some of the earlier documents, to raise awareness with training right from the outset in all of our sort of colleagues, both surgical, physiotherapy, and our medical colleagues. It's important to underlie that with a more careful assessment in terms of quality of care, in terms of the primary care, and in terms of vital signs, and how we're recording pain intensity scales. Access, it's all well and good us as pain doctors being very aware of this, but unless the knowledge is shared with our other disciplines, for example, in multidisciplinary meetings or fantastic workshops like these involving other specialties, then it is hard for the patient to access our care. And then lastly, it's always incumbent upon us all to reflect on our quality. So things like a national database will ultimately strengthen our evidence base to show our outcomes. This is a rough plan of how patients are often managed, where in order to maintain a holistic approach, they can be seen by other members of our team. This is a very busy slide, and I apologize if it's not easy to see, but in the European Association of Urology, they talked about the taxonomy and the classification of urogenital pain syndromes. And as you can see, it can be very complicated. You'll also appreciate that there is a considerable overlap in these conditions, which might fulfill a multitude of criteria. So you may well ask, what exactly is pelvic pain management? So essentially, it'll be us as pain doctors and other members of our team that I've alluded to, including those from nursing disciplines, physiotherapy, and clinical psychology. But often it is very important to have inputs from other specialty, particularly with the complex nature of visceral pain. I've borrowed a slide, next couple of slides from my colleagues at another one of the UK London teaching hospitals. This slide is really to illustrate what patients can expect when they are engaging with clinical psychology and what those psychological treatments involve. In the context of pelvic pain, it will be graded exposure to fears. Some of those fears could be, whether we're talking about testicular pain, just a difficulty in sitting. Some of them may also relate to other things such as sexual activity, particularly if they've been as a consequence of negative sexual encounters, such as rape. They are taught to modify any catastrophic thoughts. They are given help in developing ways of refocusing their attention from the pain. And often this might involve coaching and in communication with partners or other family members. Utilizing techniques for distraction and relaxation. Often, particularly in the context of pelvic pain, there is concern that it may be related to abuse, but there's no evidence that it is always significant. Pain management programs. These are often group-based, where patients are followed through over a period of time. And this enables often patients with other peers with similar experiences, and they are assessed to see whether that is acceptable, and then they are often followed up over a period of time with long-term follow-ups. Physiotherapy. Often it is not entirely clear when the model of physiotherapy is based on a musculoskeletal role, where physiotherapy can help. But actually, when they have specialist sort of experience, they can often help using things such as pelvic floor work, learning to locate and relax muscles, which is often used in the context of mindfulness, looking at strategies such as pacing and goal setting to try and help improve how they learn to live with their pain. So now moving away from those areas and back into the medical sphere, you'll be aware of the role of medications, but often things such as the antidepressants, the anticonvulsants, and the gabapentinoids are complicated with side effects of constipation, which can often make these matters worse. There can be a role for intravenous infusions, which are used in some centers. Opioids, invariably, the role is to wean them off them. Last part of my talk, I'm going to describe interventions used to treat sympathetic pain. So these might be looking at either somatic blocks, classically things like pudendal nerve blocks, or higher up ilioinguinal or hypergastric, looking specifically at sympathetic plexus blocks, targeting ones at the distal end, such as the ganglion impar blocks, or higher up, which might include the hypergastric or in upper abdomen, celiac plexus. Lastly, I'll just give an overview of the role of, in a very much growing area, neuromodulation, such as sacral nerve stimulators. The next few slides, I owe a great deal of thanks to my former teacher and colleague, Dr. Andrea Trescott in the US, who is also a very pivotal teacher in this area from FIP. So she has kindly lent me some of her slides, and these are from an earlier FIP meeting. It's important to recognize, not just with pelvic, but with any other sympathetic pain, that it can come from a significant degree of inputs from other areas. So in terms of the diagnosis, it's important, first and foremost, to get a real clear understanding of the history, not least in order to have a baseline, and in terms of the examination. As you can see, that there can be lots of different areas that will feed in and maintain the pain, and it's worth trying to look carefully as part of the history and examination to see which of the different areas are relevant. Visceral pain can affect all areas of the pelvis and upper abdomen. In this slide, I'm just showing you different patterns of referred pain from the various abdominal organs. Most of us should be familiar with those images of complex regional pain, which is maintained and mediated by sympathetic pain. Musculoskeletal pain can often help confound this. I'm just going to move along because I'm conscious of time. So often it's not as easy to identify this pain as nociceptive pain, and it is more broad, widespread, and difficult to describe. And so one of the things is trying to get a good understanding of distribution. Based on that, then we can target the height of the the sympathetic chain we're wishing to block. And I'm just going to give you some illustrations of the anatomy and some images of the blocks when I've done them under fluoroscopy. Here are some indications for pelvic causes in order to do a superior hypergastric plexus block. And there are a number of techniques. Part of them might depend on the anatomy of the individual person, particularly if there is sacralization of the L5, and part of them may relate to abnormal pathology, particularly with hard tumors present. These are the three different needle approaches. And here is an X-ray fluoroscopy image of the contrast, which should show you the spread of the contrast. Here is on an AP view, and here is on the lateral view. So it's very contained spread. A transdiscal spread has also been described. I'm going to whiz through these just to talk about the last issues before I summarize. So I'm very conscious of time now. So moving away from ultrasound and trigger point injections, I'm just going to briefly talk about the stimulators. One of a new growing area of, sorry, this is pudendal nerves as well. One of the growing areas of pain is that of neuromodulation. And one of the advantages of spinal cord stimulators used for pelvic pain is that not only has it been shown to be very beneficial in pain, but it has also been used to restore a loss of motor function, particularly in the context of incontinence. And so this is a growing area, and this is something that's there's been a huge amount of research and interest. And essentially, this can be placed using so it involves an impulse generator, i.e. battery, and connecting leads, which are then spread to cover S1 and S2. And this is a retrograde, which is another technique. I won't specifically talk about the techniques of this, of implanting this, as this is a little bit outside of this talk. But essentially, I'm going to conclude and leave some time for questions by saying that abdominal and pelvic pain are very significant and often underreported causes of disability. Often patients have been treated surgically or post-cancer with radiotherapy, and their initial presentation has been dealt with, but their pain needs are very poorly met. And you'll be aware that there are multiple etiologies involved. And one of the things here is it is really important to raise awareness amongst our colleagues that these are very valuable and quite effective techniques that are available to these patients. I'm going to stop there, and I'm going to open the floor up to some questions, if I may, Councillor.
Thank you so much, Dr. Arif, for your nice and elaborate presentation. Thank you for your nice presentation, and regarding on behalf of the Society of Anesthesiologists and Dr. Mohammad Javed, thank you all for our honorable speaker for giving your valuable time to us. And due to shortness of time, I would like to request all the panelists and honorable speakers, if any question in the chat box, please answer respectively in the chat box. Thank you. Now, I would like to request our honorable chairperson for give you valuable comment of their session. At first, I invite our honorable chairperson, one of the legendary anesthesiologists in the country, our icon, our mentor, our guardian, beloved and respected teacher, Professor Tokun Nessa Madam. Professor Tokun Nessa Madam. Thank you. Please, Madam, unmute yourself and continue.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello?
We can do.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Oh, well, this second session of pain, here there are four speakers. Well, I hope that Professor Khalilur Rahman will cover the first speaker, and the last three speaker I can cover it, if you can permit me. Hello, can you hear me?
Please continue, madam. We are hearing you.
What about the cluster headache? Cluster headache. The speaker was Professor Syed Mahmood Ali from Pakistan. His lectures was excellent about the cluster headache. This cluster headache is very common, and especially in the women, girls, this is very common. And he has nicely explained about the etiology, about the cluster headache. It may be due to hypothalamic dysfunction or vascular dilatation, and it may be genetic, which is more likely. And the management, he already spoken with the cluster headache. It's better to give the analgesics, which is first to treat with the analgesics. And there is other options also. Even sometimes these patients may need oxygen for 15 to 20 minutes. And the other thing, he spoke about even he spoke about the surgery. So this cluster headache is very, very common, and mostly the women suffers from this, and sometimes it is so severe that they may need to go for intervention. The third speaker was sympathetic pain management. Dr. Arif Ghazi. Sympathetic pain management. He has very nicely explained about all sorts of pain. The pain changes and severity of the pain depends on the tolerance, personality, behavior, mood, cognition, and interpersonal relations. And beside this, there may be underlying cause of the sympathetic pain, which he has already explained very nicely. I was much amazed that he is already dealing with the liver transplant pain and other malignancy pain management. And his suggestion about the cognitive behavioral therapy and other psychological treatment was excellent. And even the pharmacology he narrated, antidepressant, anticonvulsant, and some anesthetic drugs like ketamine infusion. Well, some patients may be benefited with this medicine, but about the intervention management, there is a lot of blocks. Lot of blocks, which now the pain management people are doing, especially the celiac plexus block, superior hypoglycemic block, visceral block, So these blogs are coming up, and I hope our students and our future future doctors will be more benefited with this interventional therapy. Now, the last is the pain in sickle cell disease. Well, since I am working in an ICU, we get sickle cell disease patient, and they come with acute pain, and we have no other alternative than to relieve their pain. So we use the as he already said, this is maybe due to occlusion, vascular occlusion. The pain may be due to vascular occlusion, vaso-occlusion, and this vascular occlusion may cause the hypoxia, ischemia, and as a result, there are tissue necrosis and severity of pain increases. So these sorts of pain, ultimately, these patients needs 90% of the patient comes, mostly 95% of the patient comes yearly with this episode. And his management, he has shown pharmacological management, which usually we also use this pharmacological management, paracetamol, opioids, NSAID, etc. But actually the pain, diagnosis of the pain is very important. Until unless it is diagnosed fully, it's difficult to treat. For short-term remedy, for short-term management, drugs is available, and we can use those drugs, but the details, the proper diagnosis and proper management is very important. And for these sorts of patient, as he already said, there should be a team of physiotherapists, psychologists, and neurologists. I think this is a very good suggestion.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam, for your valuable. Professor Khalilur Rahman sir. Professor Khalilur Rahman sir. Please clap hand, please.
People who are in the Zoom, please note that there are over 100 people sitting in this hall room and enjoying this conference. I would ask all the people to give a big hand to the speakers who are very nicely, have a very hard work, preparing their papers and presenting to us. We had a very good session without any effort. Thank you very much. That's the end. Good afternoon.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable comment. I again thanks to all the honorable speaker, panelists, respected chairperson for presenting a very nice session. Before I say goodbye to all of you for now, I one special announcement for all of you. After finish the scientific session, just at 9 p.m., today spellbound and magnificent cultural night will be held, and enjoy with us, all of you. Now I call please Dr. Muhammad Anisur Rahman on the dais and take the session. Thank you so much. Thanks again, and prosper, and we all congrats all of you for the first International E-Conference for Pain 2020. Thank you.
You are watching Raj TV, Jagorone